Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, September the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Tardy, like clockwork in our YouTube room, thank you. So you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. And Green, thank you very much, in the main room. All right, so we got a lot of stuff happening, actually. Yeah, I didn't have this Hoth on my list. By the way, just as I'm opening the room, look, it's SGLY. Something's happening with this. It's not an earnings play. SGLY getting a little bit of a thumping right now. Just as I was opening the room, was at 664 and got down to 6. So I don't see any specific news on it. It is not an earnings play. Now, East is some kind of a merger, so I don't know how dynamic this is going to be. This is some kind of a merger, EAST. Now, Hoth. Now, what I read was whatever they do worked on one patient. It's great. It's great. It works on one patient, but that was it. Shows promise in one patient. So anyway, that's the reason for Hoth being now up 61%. Low float, 6.8 million in the float. Broke through $1. There's the 200-day moving average right there around 113. So it's a little bit above it, a penny above it. The next high looking left is 127. That is for HOTH. Disaster. AI. My goodness, AI. I haven't seen this one for quite a while now. And released earnings after hours, I believe. Yeah, after hours, the mauve area, my 15-minute chart. That is the after hours reaction. And it is maintaining the gap down. So this is gap down 20%. The original AI. Wow, look at SGLY now, guys. Something's happening here. Just, it just dropped another 50 cents as I was speaking. SGLY, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At least it is not now. Maybe it was. Wow. But something's happening. Maybe they're going to announce a financing. And by the way, this is not really NVIDIA claims. Remember how, was it yesterday or the day before? There was information posted that they had received something from the DOJ regarding antitrust. And they're saying that is a lot of hooey. Okay, seriously. I read that somewhere. APLD, where are you? APLD is here. APLD announces $160 million strategic financing fueling transformative accelerated compute and AI infrastructure. So AI play, and that is APLD. It's been a real active one on the way down the last few days. So that's wiping out the last 4 days of the downtrend. Next high looking left is around 5. If it gets through 5, the next high, 517, then we've got 530. So 5 could be a sticking point right now. VRNT, this is an earnings play down, I believe. Yeah, VRNT is an earnings play down. Not a lot of volume yet. 30, but it is down 14% on earnings, VRNT. Yeah, I saw GIII, John. It had no move. It's up 1.3% now. When I saw it, it was basically flat. But you're right, it is an earnings play. YYGH. Think of the China stock. I think it's an earnings. No, it's not an earnings play. YYGH. I do not see any news for this one. I had a big day yesterday. I don't really remember this one. It was under $1 most of the day, and that's why. It closed right here at 92 cents. But YYGH, yeah, I don't see any news. China stock. That's about all oh, sorry. Excuse me. Singapore. Excuse me. Singapore. SHPH, active one yesterday. It's above, is it above? Yeah, it's above yesterday's high now. Above yesterday's high now, but coming into me anyway, a lot of resistance. SGLY, guys, I mean, this is just getting absolutely destroyed. Something's going on. And just not shortable for me, Interactor Brokers. And from yesterday, FFIE, so it is still active, up 18%, a lot of volume, already 4 million shares, excuse me, and it's at the high of yesterday. Sorry, it is not at the high of yesterday. The high yesterday was 648, so it's a little bit below that. To see what happens. Again, I don't think I could see any news on this one yesterday. Certainly don't see any news on it today. Other than the fact it's a low float, 1 million in the float. Credo, CRDO. This is another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Yeah, so it's trying to recover somewhat, but Credo, CRDO is down on earnings. Not a lot of volume yet. Actually, it's not bad. 85,000 pre-market. That's not bad. HPE is an earnings play, and it is down about 5% right now. Hewlett-Packard, this is an earnings play. You can see there's the 200-day moving average sitting right above it, 1793. So the 200-day moving average, about 1768. So will that hold it? Will the 200 hold it? Thank you, William. Good earnings, bad guidance. All about the guidance. What are you going to do for me in the future? Base, I have base. Where's base? Base is also an earnings play. Very low volume right now. And the volume will pick up, but very low volume right now. Still holding the gap down. Released earnings after hours yesterday. There's the mauve area, my 15-minute chart. That is the after hours reaction. Still holding that gap down. A lot of shares available for me at Interactor Brokers, 1.3 million. XPO should be a short today. Okay, let's take a look at XPO. Freight transportation arrangement. Let's see what they really do. Freight transportation services. Okay. So it's down 7% right now. Not too much volume yet. Probably more importantly, though, look at that. It's through the 200-day moving average. Okay. It's through the 200-day moving average, 107.11, 107. So it's through the 200-day moving average is XPO. Well, I don't see a Dollar Tree today. I mean, I only got into it very late, but I mean, look at this. I mean, the high, I didn't even know, I can't remember what the high in the pre-market was, but 84 down to 60, down to 60, $24 drop. Meanwhile, economic indicators. Now, I think they're just making a bunch of stuff up now. Okay. At 7:30, we had the Challenger job cut report. Okay. That was at 7:30. Now, At 8:15, we had the ADP jobs report. We had at 8:30 the jobless claims. Then at 8:30 we got the productivity and costs. So we got a bunch of stuff. Jobless claims, yeah, I'm familiar with that. Other ones, I don't know. I don't mean they're making them up, but there just seems they want to jam this economic calendar. 9:45, that'll be an important one. PMI composite final, the final. So 9:45, the PMI composite final. 10 o'clock, ISM service index. I guess that could be somewhat important. And 2 o'clock, we got the Treasury buyback results. So again, the next one, then the next thing on the economic calendar is again the 9:45 PMI composite final, and then at 10 o'clock ISM service index. So to see what happens there. Market has had a little. Market's rebounded somewhat. Basically flat now. Market is basically flat now. What have you been trying to agree with me on that 5 years? Now, if you're talking about the numbers themselves, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about all these different sets of indicators that they like to come up with now, it seems. The numbers themselves, I have no opinion. I am an OLED expert without being an OLED expert, if you know what I mean. I certainly know enough about it as a layman. How's that? And the new mini LEDs. But let's get back to trading. 9:12. Okay, guys. So let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. Okay, well, obviously we cannot dominate but if you're talking about, so you don't want a sound bar or anything like that. Yeah, Sony's got a very cool way of, they actually display right through the screen. Okay, they've got a very cool way of display of, okay, Sony. Now these are the higher end Sonys though, so considered probably about the best in the industry if you don't want a sound bar because the sound comes through the screen. But anyway, let's get to trading. XLE guys, energy. Okay, the major ETF for energy, 100%, 100%. What does that mean? 100% of the stocks that make up XLE. Okay, XLE up from yesterday's close, as opposed to technology. 83% are down from yesterday's close. Now, it doesn't mean they're all tanking. Should always point that out. Okay, I mean the worst one is ROP down 0.37%. Okay, that's all that means. But 83% are down from yesterday's close. So right now, as we speak, energy and utilities, again, people fleeing to the utility stocks that typically have dividends. Okay. Now let's don't do that. Now let's take a look at XLE. Did it succumb to the 200-day moving average yesterday? And the answer is yes. So close down below the 200-day moving average. I'm going to think that this is the only one. The only other one that could be close is technology, XLK. And what did it do? Yeah, look at that, sitting right on top of that 200-day moving average, guys. Right on top. Wow. Yeah, if you click on it right now, James, if you click on it right now, like the little arrow, you can start it running right now. I just like to have it running when the market starts. But yeah, you can run it whenever you want to start. You get up, you can just click that right arrow and it'll start to run. Guys, I'm just hearing some ASTS is getting hit a bit. ASTS is getting hit a bit. Well, it's possible that there's nothing meeting the requirements. That's all I can think of. Or is the relative volume in there? I can't remember if the relative volume filter is being used. If it is, then you're going to get no data. I'll explain that later, okay? Once I get it running. And let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. Let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. Still running away from the 200-day moving average. So energy and getting closer and closer is technology to taking out that 200-day moving average. Hoth is high right now. Hoth, HOTH. So James, give me another maybe 10 minutes, and I'll have my layout running, and which will include that race, and I'll see there might be a filter in there. There may be the relative volume filter is in there. If it is, then nothing will work in the pre-market. You can always take it out. So we've got the two similar stocks getting a hit here, guys, ASST and ASTS. Excuse me. Well, 500,000 shares. You should get things like East. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, you should get things like East. But usually it's a filter. The other thing is, I think in that race, I don't have stocks under $1. Again, this is all customizable by you, James. So Hoth would not have shown up right here. The other thing you could do is just the pre-market. Watch what I'll do here, right here. Right click. I'm going to duplicate into a free-floating window. And then I can launch a stock race on this one. And that's what I'm saying. I just have to click that bar there. Remember, why did that happen? So, you could run that race on my pre-market actives up as an example. That may be what you want to do, and then have the other one starting at 9:30. The other thing you might want to do, I know what they were trying to do earlier. They want to compare it to Apple and Tesla to show, people who just are all consumed about trading, these larger cap stocks. And there's nothing wrong with that, okay? But to show, you want to see stocks that are moving. You know what? I'm just going to do this. Click on the little pencil there, and I'm going to X out. And that'll get rid of Apple and Tesla. There we go. Okay. So you could try that too. Okay. You could take my pre-market actives. Okay. Because it's less restrictive in terms of the volume and all that. So you could try that. The minute you get up in the morning, start this race. But as you can see, I mean, you're already seeing, right up here, you're already seeing tree map form, the ones that are moving the most in the pre-market. Here's another one, guys, that's just showing up. NSSC. NSSC is showing up. It's not an earnings play, but it is gapping down now, starting to gap down. NSSC through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Fuzzy Panda. Here we go. Fuzzy Panda. Haven't seen them for a while. Report on, so they're dumping on NAPCO, NSSC, and it's working so far. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, over 1 million shares. To short for NSSC at Interactive Brokers. Now, let's take a look at a weekly chart. Where could this keep going? Well, the next low looking left on the weekly chart anyway. It looks like it's around 34.50 or so. So another $2. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but okay, guys, give me about 2 minutes and I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And PJ, I'm surprised you have not commented on the fact that today's the best day of the year. I cannot believe it. So, Jackie, this is I think what Soviet is trying to, I mean, this is what I think. I mean, the Hong Kong or China stocks or Singapore IPOs, they seem to be the most active and most exciting. Okay. That's why. Well, PJ must be asleep at the switch. Best day of the year. No, Barry's birthday. No. Come on, guys. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do. Nope. PJ must be have me on mute. Okay, I'm going to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Okay, now I just got to get my stuff assembled on my other monitor. Now, let me just take a look at this top list. Okay. Yeah, that's the reason. There's only one in the, well, okay. Now I'm only going to use the large cap gainers. So what time is it now? 9:26. Let me see if I can yeah, they're just appear to be the more exciting ones. So be it. Okay. Oh, so be it. You were saying, yeah. I get a little more excited about the China and the Singapore ones. Okay, so this is the one you're talking about, James. Let me just open this top list. So here they are, and okay, so you should have got some. If I start it right now, yeah, you should have got some. I mean, now maybe they're not moving much, but you should have got a list like that. Ah, the reason probably, yeah, because it says it won't start until 9:30. So you can change that. Okay, you want to change that? That would be the reason, I guess. Yeah, even though you can start, I can start the race. Or it looks like I've started the race, but there's no. Thank you, William. So that's the reason you can always change that. I thought maybe I could override that by doing that. So you can always change it, or you could use that top list window in my pre-market because that doesn't have as many filters in it, and just run a race on that. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day today. We have a half a minute before the market opens. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I see Gatto was halted for news earlier and still is halted. Okay, we've got some halts already, guys. Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to kind of mess this up a little bit here. There we go. All right, guys. HOTH is still at the highs. FFIE moving. All right, FTV, guys. FTV, let's take a look at this one. This is not an earnings play. Okay, not an earnings play. There's Credo. Credo is an earnings play, and it is well being hit down even further now. CRDO. So American Airlines, for some reason, is having a bit of a pop this morning. It's not an earnings play, but having a little bit of a pop this morning. American Airlines. Comcast is having a bit of a pop this morning. All right, so the market opening, the SPY's up just a little, Dow's up a little, NASDAQ's up a little. Yeah, Mod Pop. Market is okay, putting in a nice, so far anyway, a nice opening bar, 5-minute bar. Okay, looking at a few of the high flyers already. FFIE gave up a lot percentage-wise. HOTH dropped from the 120 highs. APLD dropped from 5 down to 440 or so. Soterra, SHC is on the move here, guys. SHC is on the move. Notice why you only see these stocks here. These are the only ones. Wow, HOTH just popped. HOTH did just pop. And James, if you're watching, there's HOTH popping. Okay. Now, does it mean you take the trade? Not necessarily. You know, we don't know that it's going to just keep moving. But at least it's drawing your attention to, you know, something like that. And it just got halted. It just got halted. And there's Codex, guys. CODX was halted on the way up. HOTH was halted just recently. 9:35. CODX was, and it just resumed. Sorry, it just resumed. Didn't have a chance to show the potential open. But let's take a look at HOTH, okay? So first I'm going to display this screen today. Blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales. So that's the halt price, 129. This column is giving you maybe a glimpse as to where it could open. Not really a big clue. 130, it's halted at 129. Sometimes you'll see, maybe a stock halted at 129 and you see in this column like 150, 155, which would indicate that it's going to have a pop once it comes out of the halt. But nothing is written in stone. These numbers can change. And again, typically, if you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, usually they are 5 minutes long. You can see this was exactly 5 minutes long. Codex on halted at 9:30 plus 38 seconds. Open at 9:35 plus 38 seconds. So they did a financing yesterday, looks like a secondary. This company, SHC, launches 25 million shares. Did not get hit hard on that financing at all. SHC did not get hit hard. Now we have OBLG halted. Now here, look at this one. So, I mean, again, doesn't mean it's going to open at 428, but you can see right there, there's the halt for OBLG at 397, potential open in this area. And, ooh, it has room. Let me get a weekly chart up. And, it's a low float. I'm not going to, I can check the other site, but what we have is about 700,000 in the float, which is crazy low. So, guys, the reason I'm looking at the large cap gainers today, okay, kind of concentrate on them a little bit more, is that when I was clicking on the ones that had won the most races, a lot of them just had patterns like this all day, okay? Not all of them, but look at Zeta. And yes, I broke a rule. So that's why I'm trying to concentrate on, let's take a look at SHC. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. When I say they just look like they had steady runs for the day. I'm not saying for the entire day. I mean, at some point, they're probably going to pull back. But I just saw that so many of them just seem to have nice, steady runs. And it's not like the market was really helping them. So that's why I'm trying to concentrate a little bit more on the larger caps. Let's see where Hoth opened, guys. So Hoth opened. So the halt was at what? 129. So it opened at 135. This one, I've seen this one. Oh yeah, this one got down to like pennies in like under $1. WHLR. So this is active again for whatever reason. WHLR got halted. So here's your halt price, 136, 145, potential open. All right, guys, SHC. SHC. Not a low float. Well, there are not going to be low floats in here. And what's interesting, because again, large cap gainers from the open. So these are, even if the market is moving down, not that the market's, a bit of a disconnect. We've got the Dow down a little, NASDAQ's up a little. So a little bit of a disconnect. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just, the SHE is just seeing if it can just run a bit for me here. All right, guys. Well, I mean, 2 for 2 so far, but it's a very small sample size, of course. And Zeta was quick. SHC, and I'm taking these very early, and I'm going to, but I'm going to take profit quickly. Also, I'm just really testing this. 945, yeah, 945. We got the PMI composite, so could affect the market. Oh man. This was one from yesterday, guys. SASR. Let's see. Okay, I think Shady was into the Ahmad. Just see where he got in, if he bought it yet. So you're in mod, okay? MODD. Okay, so OBLG resumed. What was it halted at? 397. So it really didn't pop. Yes, I was muted. I wonder for how long. I think I sneezed or something. Oh man, this WHLR, yeah, it's going crazy now. And if you're looking for a reason, you're probably not going to find any, other than the fact that it's a very low float. A while back, had a craziness. It got up to $21, pulled all the way back down to 99 cents. And now it's its turn again to do the crazy action. So James, there you go, 49%. No, but this had already This had been up and down that up and down the leaderboard. WHLR. Squeeze that puppy. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Watching this NSSC, I want to see how much more it can go down. I mean, this is it's already down a lot because of the Fuzzy Panda report. Yeah, I've got that one thumbnailed. The ASTS. Yeah, I've got it thumbnailed. This is so weak in the pre-market. But the news, I mean, this news, as far as I know, was yesterday also. I mean, that's what I was talking about, the $400 million yesterday. Didn't seem to affect it. Now, 9:53. So what's happening at 10 o'clock, if anything? Yeah, so at 10 o'clock, we got the ISM Service Index report. Okay. See how, if that affects the market at all. The market is putting in now the first blue bar now. Unit, guys, UNIT, unit. This is sort of making an interesting move here. They had some news on the third contract award with a large hyperscaler. Okay. 20-year contract in Alabama. No terms disclosed. All right, now SHC is right back up. Now this is going to get me interested again. See if it takes out it did have option. That's why I'm seeing it. Option activity. I do have that scan. Not too many alerts on it, as you know. The combo scan. LICY got, wow, look at LICY on the move here, guys. LICY is on the move. Some volume coming in. Really no action in the pre-market. Arcadium limps to new lows. This was yesterday. I'm not sure I mentioned this one in the pre-market, guys. Yes, I did. Okay, this is an earnings play, VRNT earnings play. So it tried to come back a bit, but it's pulled right back down. So still down 14%, 60 million in the float. Did not get back into the SHC. I wonder if this is really going to rip now. I'm waiting kind of for a transition to get back to the blue. Take a look on a monthly chart. Where could it keep going? Yeah, look at this, 1750 on a monthly chart. So it has room on a monthly chart anyway, SHC. I think it's OVA for FFIE today. This doesn't look good at all, gone negative. So this is interesting. So Zeta pulled right back into the VWAP, guys. Zeta pulled right back into the VWAP right there. The VWAP is at 25.28, and that's basically where it got to. And that sort of held as support. And it is moving off that now. Yeah, WHLR now halted again on the way up. All right, where is some support for this NSSC on a monthly chart? Looks like the next low is around 31.18. So there is still room, $3 down to that next low. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but that is where the next low on the monthly chart is. So it still does have some room to keep moving down. And this is a fuzzy panda short. Whoa, this is surprising to me here. Hoth got halted again on the way up. I thought maybe that would be it on this move down here, but nope. HOTH halted on the way up. Well, SHC on the move here, guys. SHC on the move again. Lots of room on the. I'm not in it. I did not, unfortunately, get back in it. So that's actually, on a very bullish on a weekly candle going from orange to blue, or our weekly chart. Sorry. Well, this one's got some potential if it takes out this low here. I'm talking about SHLS. Look at this low right there. That's the low of yesterday, 577. 527 would be the next low looking left. This is moving down. Had a big day a couple of days ago. Wow, the SPY. So the number at 10 o'clock really helped the SPY, guys. Obviously, that big number, whatever that number was, really helped the SPY or the market. Again, that number, that was the 10 a.m. ISM Service Index. Okay, so that's basically it. We've got, the natural gas and petroleum reports, but that's really, to do with energy, of course. 2 p.m., we've got the Treasury buyback results, but we're sort of over now. But probably the main things that are going to affect the market intraday, we're over those. Boy, that's Zeta, like a great pullback play, guys. If you're into pullbacks, remember I was saying about the races. You see something that's won a race, or even something that's going up on the leaderboard. Click on it, see where it is. I mean, Zeta, pulled right back into that VWAP, and it held as support. And I'm sure it's being helped with the market. I'm going to see a lot of lift in the market now, a lot of stocks. So, I mean, this one's showing up, but the CATX, but, when I look left, I don't see enough room for it to move. Meanwhile, WHLR just continues to rocket here. Well, how's U.S. Steel doing? I wonder if U.S. It's a little too choppy, just a little too choppy. Of course, had all that news yesterday. The potential of the Nippon Steel deal not going forward, so hammered the stock down. Had a nice recovery for a bit. Boy, that's a big move for the SPY here, guys. Take a look at AI. AI is trying to, well, actually, look at that. That was a great, I wonder if we had an alert there. We did have an alert there. Shoot, I missed it. Went from orange to blue, and we had an alert right there at 9:18. 9:14 actually on the scan right here. 9:14 on the scan right at 9:30. Great transition from orange to blue. Now, I don't typically like to take trades that early anyway, but nonetheless, if you're into it, look, that's a great transition, orange to blue on the go-no-go chart. Yeah, so our AI has found this one, GIII. Ooh, so walk got halted on the way down. Look at this. And it's probably not going to be that, but no, there you go. I mean, at one point that said 152, the potential open, but it was right there. But now it's 450, and that is walk, WOK. Hopefully nobody is in that. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm seeing a lot of these are just steady up, steady up. Now, DraftKings, they talk about how this year, and well, Pepe wasn't around. PJ was not around, obviously. Come on, come on, PJ. It's our favorite day of the year. I said, if anybody in the room, you know why this is our favorite day, one of our favorite days. There you go. Finally, NFL starts. And so the segue into DraftKings, they say that, I can't remember what the actual figure was, but they figure there's going to be 30% more betting on the NFL this year. That's not like $38 billion or something like that. And that is a lot of it, of course, is because I think in your country now, 38 states out of your, how many you got? You got about 100 states in the US, right? 100, 150, 200. But anyway, 38 states are now approved for gambling. 50.5. And of course, I'm only kidding, guys. So yeah, so DraftKings, you would think, it seems obvious that DraftKings should have a pretty good year based on that. Of course, there's a lot of competition now. Oh yeah. So there's the next high for DraftKings, 36.44, so about $1 away on the weekly chart. Yeah, APLD, I have that one thumbnail, so I do see that it's over $1 now. APLD over $1. Ooh, and here's your pattern. Here is your pattern, orange to blue. Okay, so now the issue is, for me anyway, look where it got to. You got up to 520. What's the next high looking left? 518. So that is kind of where it blocked. It got blocked. If it can take that out, the next high is around 540 in this area. It's not a low float, 120 million in the float. A huge volume today for it, 100 times normal right now. And announcing $160 million funding round from investors, including NVIDIA. That's what they're saying. Now, was somebody saying they couldn't absolutely confirm this? But that is what it That's what it keeps saying. Different headlines. It doesn't say rumor that. It just, it seems like it's pretty solid that has happened. So, yeah. Just worried about trying to get through this this area here, PJ. The float is so big that it's going to take a lot of volume coming in. I mean, that's a ton of volume, obviously, right now, but it's going to keep the volume just has to keep up. Boy, this SHC, this was really going to pay attention to this going forward, these large cap stocks. Boy, if this highlights, this Zeta highlights, just how the VWAP, especially early on, can act as support. So speaking of which, 1012, I think I'll start talking about my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including all of the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, guys, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month or the entire year. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use the promo code you see on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription. That's what the company likes to see, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, your first startup and login. I'll scroll down a little bit. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. The two major features, really, of trade ideas, okay? Trading 101, if you're new to trading, a series of free videos designed for you. Daily Stock of the Day video, you can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the Week is also free, and you'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Big education section is here. This is our user guide. A lot of questions that I get can probably be answered. I don't have no problem demonstrating on the screen, answers to questions, but as a reference, okay? A lot of questions I get, probably you can find them in the guide. There's the getting started. Much more detail about what an alert window is all about, a top list window, stock racing. Okay, you'll notice I'm displaying one stock race, but here's how you can create your own. I'm going to explain that. Price alerts. I love putting price alerts on the charts. And again, if you want to create your own symbol list, watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. A lot more, of course, is in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. There's the getting started again. So daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Normally it would be Steve today, but I just, they let me know that Andy will take over for Steve today. And then Steve will be in the YouTube room tomorrow, okay? So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. Last, here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down. Here's the middle section. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. This is the race that I'm displaying, the large cap gainers from the start of the race. I do have this other one on my other monitor, okay? The start of the race. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This one up here. I do have another race that I am sharing, the large cap losers. This is just the reverse of the large cap gainers. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. Again, these are the ones I'm displaying. The halts resumes is here. The relative strength leaders is here. And then this is the upside movers versus downside movers is here. But I have other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. Okay, but don't have them all up and running at the same time. You'll that'll be overkill. You'll have too much going on, okay? The reason I have a lot of different scans I'm sharing, though, is because, you know, some scan might kind of pique your interest. You might want to take a look at it. And if it meets your trading style and plan, then you can have it. Boy, look at the Zeta now, guys. Well, I can't wait to talk about the about the race here. So, what is Trade Ideas? We are fabulous at real-time alerting. That's what we're excellent at doing, real-time scanning, alerting, okay? So this is the momentum scan that I am sharing. If I right-click on it and click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen stocks, and there are a lot of screening programs out there, but again, we take it, I think, to the next level with real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is 10:18 Eastern time. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. This gives it the volume momentum. So bottom line is this. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That is why you're seeing PPTA right now, okay? Okay, that's why you're seeing PPTA over and over again. It's meeting all these filter requirements, and it's making a new high for the day. And now DDL is making a new high for the day. Okay, so that's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. And again, all times Eastern, okay? All times Eastern. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you don't like one of these filters, or maybe you have a favorite filter you'd like to add. That is completely up to you. This just happens to be what I like to see. I'm not trying to impose what I like to see on you, though. Okay? So let me talk about the races, okay? And I'm going to I'll demonstrate the races using this one, the large cap gainers from the open. You'll notice that, well, first of all, I will show the other race because I know it's a lot more, call it exciting, because you get these big percentage moves, okay? You notice that APDN was up 10%, it won the race. But this race here is a large cap one, okay? So you're not going to get the huge percentage moves, but they're still, in my opinion, really, really good to keep an eye on and trade. So how does this work? So I'm running a 4-minute race. You don't have to run a 4-minute race. Again, when you click on my home page, scroll down to the education section, go to the guide, and then the whole section on TI stock racing. So what happens is, at the beginning of when the race starts, you'll see at the top of the leaderboard the stock that has moved the most since the race has started. So this has moved 1%. VSTS has moved 1% since the race started. It may hold on. I don't know. And holding on meaning this. Notice that there is, as we speak, a top 10 list of stocks that have won the most races for the day that is going to be automatically created for you. This gives you a great set of stocks to focus on. Call it a watch list. Okay. So we'll see if Zeta holds on. Well, Zeta now, it just took over. And if it does, it'll have won 3 races. That's what the numbers beside. But as I was saying before, you know, if Zeta had won a race before, and if you had clicked on it when it was down, it was starting to pull back. And I said, well, look what it did. It held the VWAP. Now the VWAP has moved higher as the price has moved higher in the volume. But at that point, the VWAP was 25.26. Look where it got to, 25.24. The VWAP held as a support, and look what it did. I'm not saying they're all going to do that, okay? But that's how you can use, you know, this as a pullback, also as like a bit of a pullback scanner. Click on the alert, see what's happening. Let's take a look at UAL. Is it pulling back at all? So there's the VWAP, 45.72. There, look. I mean, you know, this is pulling back right into the VWAP, and it popped off the VWAP. I'm finding that earlier on, you know, the VWAP can act as support. Again, I'm not saying every single stock that pulls into the VWAP, that's going to be the support area and it's going to pop off it. But you can kind of you can look at them. Let's take a look at Lyft. What is it? What did it do? No, that really didn't pull back much, but let's see where the VWAP is, 1165. You know, well, look, I mean, remember the VWAP is an area, but it looks like that VWAP area is trying to hold it. Boy, this Zeta was just awesome. So the question now should be, well, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? What makes these special? And again, you know, you can have this. You know, I'm sharing this one. This is a lot more exciting, but, you know, with excitement comes the perils of stocks that can drop as quickly or more quickly as they went up. Typically, these are very low. These are low floats. You cannot be a stock to go up, usually anyway, 11% unless the float is pretty low. But the same sort of thing. Here is a watch list that is automatically created for you. So why are these stocks showing up? Now, this list is probably not going to be that big, but I'll show you. Let's take a look at the list. All races start from a top list window, okay? So if I right click on the race, there's an option that says open top list. I will open it. They're not bad. If I straddle it, it won't do that. I mean, this is the list. These are the only stocks that are meeting the filter requirements, okay? Contrast that to this is not obviously, but this is a much bigger list. Why? Well, I'll explain. So all races start from a top list. Notice that if I right click on the top list window, launch the real-time stock race. So there's just the reverse. So if I want to find out what top list is being used to generate the race, I just right click, open the top list. Here it is. And then if I can create my own top list window with my own parameters and then launch the real-time stock race. This is what I'm using in this particular top list. If I right click on it and click on configure, summary. So in this particular top list, and I could expand this maybe I'll, well, it's, I won't right now, but this is what I'm looking at. The price has to be between $10 and $50, 500,000 shares minimum traded, up 2% from the previous close. This is why, it's a large capper, because the market cap has to be at least $500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. That's why you're generally speaking not going to see big movers, but they could be very steady. When I say big movers, big percentage, winners in the race itself, but they could be very, very steadily moving up. So if you like this is what I've got. But of course, again, you can make some changes. Maybe you want to expand that to $100. I might. Now, before we had races, this is how a top list window would be used. So let's just say you wanted to find the stocks that were up the most today based on your parameters. So as long as you had it as a column header, which I do, change from the close percent, I can see that PRMW is up 8% from yesterday's close. Again, I have to, show you how this is a lot different from this list, because this list does not have the constraints of a market cap or a float. The market cap can be very low and the float can be very low. So watch what happens when I click on this one. You see WHLR is up 168% from yesterday's close. Sure, it's a lot more exciting, absolutely. But, you've got to be very, very careful. And I would say you've got to have some experience because, with all these, where are you going to put a stop? If it doesn't work, where are you getting out of the trade? And sometimes he can be very volatile, can be very, very tricky. That's why probably if I were starting out, I might concentrate on something like this to start out. If I want to find those stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day. There it is, open percent. Same one, PRMW is up the most. So again, that's nice to know, perhaps. But what the race does, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from today's open. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list right now. So for instance, what if Rivian, for whatever reason, all of a sudden started to move? It's up right now 1.3% from the open. But what if for some reason Rivian started to move? It was up now 4%, 8%. That'd be a big move, but nonetheless, you would start to see it. There it is, in fact, right there. Okay, you would start to see it moving up the leaderboard. You could never, you're not going to want to stare at a list of stocks to see what stock is moving up. But so the race takes care of that. What has been very good is this GIII. The spread, it's only a dime now. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's an earnings play. Really not a lot of action in the pre-market. But this is an AI alert from us, 2840 on the alert, 2963 now, and pretty steady. You had all sorts of time to get into the trade if you have our AI. You don't have to panic. You think, oh man, I must have missed it. Because look what it did. It actually broke down to 28. You had at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 minutes or so to watch this. Wow, look at unit 2. So guys, this has been a strange day for me. I have, I took a kind of a quick scalp trade on Zeta. I wish I were back in it. Sort of the same in SHE. I did a lot better, but unfortunately did not get back in it. And then the unit. So the other scan that I've got up and running is the resurrected it again, is the option activity plus 10-day daily break, Pepe. Don't get too many alerts in this one. We saw the unit right there at 512. And that I am sharing that one. I mean, it's not spectacular, but it's been steady. Boy, look at Zeta. Wow. This is what I'm talking about. I've seen so many of these large cappers do something like this. It's just a matter of trying to find them a little bit, well, obviously early. That's why I wanted to run this race right from the beginning and just to see what was happening. I mean, look at this one, VSTS. I almost feel like putting up the large cap losers also, because this would do the same thing, except those would be stocks moving down. Well, APLD guys, not really listening to me now. The next high looking left, I thought 518 might block it, but not yet anyway. 538 is the next high. I mean, if it can take this out also, 538, then your next high is way up here at 590. And this is not a low float. 100. That's a massive move. Okay, 60% move with 120 million in the float. That is a massive move. All right, William is looking at FIVN. You guys were talking about a firm here, and let's take a look. Now, I can't remember, did you go long this or short this? Okay, so Shady is shorting APLD, okay? That's what he means on the 515, 535, okay? He's looking to short it. So I don't know if I have shorts available. Yeah, no shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. A little surprising with that float. So, okay, I couldn't. So I'm going to take a look at this Affirm though, because, come on, where is the VWAP? 4116. Well, you know what? See if this, oh yeah. Okay, sorry guys, lost in thought there. AFRM. Am I late? Shoot, I'm late. Guys, you got to pay attention to that VWAP early on, especially. Okay, I think anyway, especially on these large cappers. APLD, you beauteous little thing. So this was an AI alert, also, guys. You know, I did not take it way down here. I was really thinking 518 might stall it, but there was the alert at 484, 537. That's a great percentage move, 11.5% right now. And again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart still has a little bit of room, actually a lot of room. 584 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So, guys, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, I should always start off by that, but welcome to the room if you are new. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., approximately 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I say approximately. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3. William graciously has been keeping the room open till 4 o'clock. Okay, no obligation. He always lets me know if he's going to be able to do it every day, on any given day, should say. Okay. And so when I do take off, the room will still be open. There's no screen sharing and nobody's talking, but there's still plenty of traders in the room. Okay, 5N, 5N. Let's see what it is doing. 459. So you shorted this, I'm assuming. So Dak, you've been a bunch of different names this week. All have a meaning, obviously. Oh, you went long. Okay. But you're out already. Okay. So again, guys, I get an alert, something from here. It's still all about looking left, all about looking left. Where could a stock keep going before it hits the next high? I first look at the daily chart. And if I don't see, like for instance, if I'm looking at NE right now, okay, what if, if I look left, what if I didn't see anything? What if everything was underneath? Okay. I hope you're referring to the room. Shy. I'm talking to Shy in our YouTube room. I don't know exactly how I'm going to pronounce your name, so I'm just going to call you Shy in our YouTube room. I hope you're referring to this. Yeah, so when you look left, you can see there is some room for NE, okay? Now, again, if I couldn't see anything looking left, if all of this were just underneath this current price, then that's why I'm always looking left on a weekly chart to see where the next high is. Here's a silver play, guys. Silver. Now, before we would take a silver play, of course, you'd want to check, first of all, to see if it's got any specific news to it. Probably not. Well, I shouldn't say probably not, but I'm just looking. I don't see anything. So now, if you're going to take a silver play, make sure you take a look at SLV and look at SLV. So here's your ETF for silver. So that's why PAS is moving. Raul. In our YouTube room. I do my best on the pronunciations. It's always a challenge sometimes. We've got the United Nations sometimes in both rooms, so it's always a challenge to pronounce names. But Okay, guys, see how these airlines are doing. Now, first of all, so there's UAL. So the other thing to do is keep an eye on jets. There's your ETF for the airline industry. And my guess is just because oil prices are lowering. Okay, so obviously a huge component of the airlines. Okay, guys, let's take a look at ATUS. ATUS, what is it doing? ATUS had a big day yesterday. Got into the 200-day moving average. You can see it's trying to do it again. Again, on my daily chart, that green line, that is the 200-day moving average. You can see exactly what it did yesterday. It got into it, and that stopped it. Closed down here, trying again to get through that 200-day moving average. Excellent, Dave, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, things have really slowed down now for me. I'm not seeing too many. Well, let's take a look at the PRMW. See if it, I mean, again, this is what I'm really seeing action like this on these large cappers. And it almost doesn't matter if the market's up or down. But look at this daily chart. I don't know what's happening with the Primo Water up as regulatory waiting period to acquire Blue Triton expires. Now, is this bouncing? Yeah. So this SGLY that got absolutely hammered. We saw this one as I was opening the room. It was sitting at around $7, and it got down to 430. I guess it got halted, and then right down to 164. Pretty brutal. Another one on the way down. DSY, well, it resumed. DSY got hammered on the way down and just resumed trading. Boy, this is a nice one yesterday that I completely blew. BYRN. So it's above yesterday's high now, around $15. And it just a big continuation play right now. BYRN. It's not an, yeah. So it's not an yesterday was not an earnings play. They don't release actually until October, but they sort of did a preliminary, and that's why it went up. So it may as well have been an earnings play. Okay. So officially not an earnings play, but it may as well have been. And so now this is a nice continuation on earnings for BYRN. Now, I think when we looked left yesterday, we couldn't see anything until I think it was 2020. Maybe, I'm wrong. Yeah, actually, there was another one I'm thinking of. So this was April. This April is approaching the highs of, that's right. That's why I was thinking that over 15, it may stall. But there it is. 1534 is the next high looking left on a monthly chart. And that was in April. And that is for the, well, it's already over that. Okay. It's already over that, 1543. So let's take a look. Have to back out again. Maybe I was right. Maybe it was 20. Yeah, well, 2021, December of 2021 are the next highs now for a BYRN. That's on a monthly chart. Yeah, we got a bit of a downtick now in the SPY after a nice run. SPY is barely positive. Dow is down, Nas is up. So now we have that disconnect in the market between the value stocks and the growth stocks. So here's another one that's hanging around the VWAP, BBIO. The VWAP is 31.34. They got down into the VWAP area, and that kind of acted as a bit of support. Somebody was mentioning IVP. IVP maybe getting through $1. Yeah. This was, of course, a super active one, almost for no reason. I can't remember any reason. I think the reason back here was when who's that guy? The kitty decided to do a little meme on Chewy, and I think that popped all of the vet stocks. Well, anything involved in that sector, I think that's what happened. All right, now KLJ. Now this could get interesting. Where's the next high? See, for me, just too close. Okay, I'm looking left, and that next high in the weekly chart, 1821, that's too close for me. And you can see it's right up here also. Too close for me. Not enough room for it to keep moving until it hits that next high. Consequently, I won't take the trade. Now, does that mean that next high is going to absolutely block it? Of course not. But that's just my style of trading. If I don't see enough room looking left, I don't take the trade. And of course, many times the stock will go right through that. But that's just you have that. Well, on Tuesdays, if you're in the YouTube room listening to Michael Noss, he'll always talk about a trading plan, and that's just part of my trading plan. Yep. Okay, guys. So now we're getting that transition here. Okay. So blue is bullish, cyan is less bullish, orange is neutral. Let's see if this turns into pink or deep purple immediately, which will really give it a bearish sign for the SPY. Let me talk a little bit about the go-no-go charts that I am using right now and will continue to use. So if you have trade ideas, this is what you can do. You can click on New and then click on Docked Channel Bar. And one of the channels is called the go-no-go charts. Now we have other channels here. These are all theme-based channels, but I'll click on the go-no-go charts. So if you're going to sign up, first of all, do not sign up until you have looked at these two videos. These are explain what go-no-go is all about. This is a bit of a text about what go-no-go is all about, explaining the color transitions, okay? And if it makes sense for you to maybe try it, okay. But don't take out a subscription until you've seen this, because it has to make sense to you. You have to know what you're looking at, what you're looking for. Because this is a $50 a month add-on. This is not, it's not really part of trade. Well, we've incorporated within Trade Ideas, but this is something that we're licensing from the people who created go-no-go. Now we tried to do some value adding to it by creating scans. These scans right here are more for swing trading, and then this one here is for intraday trading, and I'll explain all that. So let's just say you decide, yeah, I wouldn't mind having a shot at this. Take a look at it. So when you load the go-no-go chart or the channel, this is what it's going to look like. Okay, this is the daily chart for MU. And the first thing you should see is that, well, wait a minute, this doesn't look like the go, no go chart. This looks like a normal bar chart. So the first thing you have to do is click on any alert you see, okay, in these scans. That should change, that should turn it into the go, no go chart. Now, if it doesn't, the next step is make sure you're on the latest beta for Trade Ideas. The latest beta is, it'll end in 0.95, and you can tell what you're on if you click on help and then about, and you'll see I'm on, this is a development version that I'm on, 0.99, but you should be on 5.6.95, so you should download the latest beta. Now, if you don't want to do that, there could be another way in which you can get the go, no go charts. If you right click on the chart, if use browser interface is checked, uncheck it. That sometimes will turn it into the go, no go chart. And sometimes that's what you have to do, even if you've downloaded the latest beta. Okay, so let me know. I mean, if you're going to take out a subscription and you're finding that you cannot seem to get the go, no go charts active, just let me know and I'll help. So these are scans that have been created within the channel. You can look at them, but you'll notice that if I click on an alert outside, it should change. Okay, it should change. But you don't have to keep in the channel if you don't want to. Okay. In other words, you can take the chart out of the channel, so it's free floating. If I right click, duplicate into free floating window. Okay, and this showed up on my other monitor. Now it's free floating. That's what I did. I'm gonna get rid of this now. That's what I did, and I basically duplicated it 3 times so I could create these 4 charts. Okay, and they're all symbol linked, so that's why when I click on a symbol, KLJ, when I click on a symbol, the time, KLJ is going to appear in all 4 of these charts. That's because on all the charts, not just these go, no go charts, but if I right click and click on properties, one of the options is symbol linking. So I just check that. So that's why these charts will change, whereas the SPY chart does not. I don't want the SPY chart to change, of course. So I have that unchecked for the symbol linking. Okay. So if you got questions about this, I'm certainly no expert, but I've certainly been using them now for about 3 weeks and I really like them. And so what this does, this is an intraday version. And what it's looking for is this scan right here is looking for a very specific scan. What has to happen, so this is on the downside, okay? What has to happen is you get an orange bar, and then a pink, and then a purple, okay? Or orange directly to purple, okay? But no more than 1 pink bar in between the orange and the purple. And it will identify this pattern. And this is, the theory being is this is turning into a bearish setup. That doesn't mean they're all going to work, okay? But that's what this means. It's turning into a bearish setup. The reverse of that would be something like, see if APLD did it. Yeah, so the reverse of this would be orange and then going to blue immediately, or at the very least, no more than 1 cyan in between the orange and the blue. Then you get the alert. This is a bullish setup. Now it didn't move immediately, but you would have had the alert, I think, at 517, and it got up to 540. And there it goes. Okay. So that's what the scan is looking for, a very, very specific setup. Now, it's not going to find every setup that looks like this because we do have some filters in place. We didn't want to get so many alerts that you get overwhelmed. So one of the filters is the relative volume has to be at least 5. Now notice, for APLD, it's 80. So there's obviously no issue there. But it doesn't mean that if you've got a scan and you click on it and you see a setup like that, or it doesn't have to be the exact setup. The whole idea of the transition, okay, with go, no go, is in a very general sense. When you see orange, it's basically telling you, and it doesn't matter the time frame, okay? You don't have to have a 3-minute time frame, whatever time frame you like. But if it's showing orange, it's basically saying don't take the trade. We don't see an advantage one way or the other, either short or long. If it turns to blue immediately, that is about the bullish that it can do. Okay, going directly to blue. The intermediate step of cyan is basically saying, okay, we're starting to see a bullish trend starting. Okay, the beginning of a bullish trend, and then the blue is sort of kind of a confirmation. Now, again, it doesn't mean that it's going to, necessarily rocket higher. Like anything else, nothing is 100%. Remember, guys, I was talking about the VWAP holding for VSTS. Well, look what it did. It held, and now it popped up. Getting pretty excited about this. It's not my typical setups. So this one right now, for instance, NFE is right at the VWAP, okay? So this is kind of the reverse situation. Let's see if the VWAP stalls it. Okay, NFE is right at the VWAP. The VWAP is 1189, so it's right at it. Will that act as resistance on the way up? And maybe this would be a short. And by the way, guys, yeah, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also. Okay, you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade or having to do something else at the time, I'll certainly let you know. But typically, I can answer most questions. If it's an accounting type question, I more than likely will not be able to, but I'll be able to direct you to the correct people. If it's a scan you're looking for, and if I have something that's similar in the ones I'm sharing, I'll certainly direct you to that. But you know what? Because I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, it works out perfectly. There are 5 trading days, and we have 5 different traders who take trade ideas. We all work for trade ideas, who take over for me in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. We all have different trading styles, so it's possible that a scan that you're looking for, maybe one of them have it. You can also just send an inquiry to info@trade-ideas.com and say, does anybody have a scan like this? So you don't have to wait, between 12 and 1. But a lot of times, if I can help, I will try to look at a scan that you're looking, or try to create a scan you're looking for. But I can, of course, answer most questions generally about trade ideas. But if I can, again, I'll try to find somebody who can. Look at this, guys. I mean, look at this KLG. So the KLG, I mean, I wish that weren't here, man. I wish the next high looking left was, 19 or something. I'd be all over this. The nice thing about these large cappers, is that generally speaking, you're not going to see giant moves either up or down. Okay, so they make the trades a little easier, to contend with, as opposed to, these guys. No, this has been pretty steady. I have to admit, this has been pretty steady. Now here's the conifer. We saw this one. Yeah, not bad actually. I mean, it's chopping around a lot, but see, look at this one on a 15-minute chart. Okay, orange, cyan, blue. If you're liking a 15-minute chart, now the reason I never used to use a 3-minute chart. The lowest I ever used was a 15, but to try to cash these obviously a little bit earlier. But even here on a 15-minute chart, you would have had an alert at 155. It's up to 165. I mean, nothing fabulous. But I think it's more getting your eyes accustomed to seeing what these transitions are all about. Okay. And you can, if you have our simulator, well, you'll have our simulator that you can practice. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Now, this is a big uh-oh here now on the market. Okay. Now this is turning. This did not go directly to deep purple, but looks pretty ominous now. So now we've gone negative in the SPY. We've got the Dow was already negative, but the NAS is now starting to catch up. Testing, Peter Smith, you have tested correctly. You pass with flying colors. This is in our YouTube room. See, Zeta doesn't care. Zeta just doesn't care. Look what I'm kind of liking about these large cappers that are moving, in the face of the market. I mean, look, Zeta doesn't care that this is happening. And this is what we're always trying to do at Trade Ideas, is find those alpha stocks that are trading more or less on their own. All right, guys, it is now 11 o'clock, so I'll be taking a break in about an hour. It's typically Steve would take over for me, but it'll be Andy today. All right, so again, here's ALK. Now this is, of course, the airlines were really, a lot of them were very active today. Virtually every airline, and all to do, I guess, with the price of oil decreasing for them. So there's Alaska, but we had many of them in this list here. Well, in fact, we'll probably have, there's United. I know I saw Delta. I know I saw JetBlue, American. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of perusing these. There's Billy, China stock. Now, this is actually looking bearish. This is actually looking bearish, and yeah, this would not have shown up on the scan because the relative volume is only 0.78, but there's your bearish, orange, pink, deep purple, okay? So 3 Echo, these are in theory, are you talking about now? Are you talking about intraday long setups or swing long setups? Talking to 3 Echo in our YouTube room, asking is there a way to apply a filter to the Go Momo where only long setups are displayed? So are you talking intraday or are you talking about more swing? There is no way in this one, okay? There is no way in this one. It's just a matter of, I mean, you'll know, okay? You don't, we don't get so many here. You know, we had a lot right at 9:33, but you know, once that initial push, okay, yeah, there's no way. I mean, I suppose I could ask Michael. The programming on this is a little bit, it's tough. I don't know if it's going to be easy to say, okay, this is a short or a long, but it's just a matter of clicking on it. Yeah, just click on it. You'll know. Okay. I mean, you know right there that this is a short setup because you see the purple. You'll know NVST is the long setup because you see the blue. So it's not that big a deal, I think. Boy, oh boy, what is Zeta all about? This is a lifetime high also. So Zeta is a lifetime high. ZETA is a lifetime high. What do? They operate as a marketing technology software company which engages in the provision of enterprises with consumer intelligence and marketing automation software. Probably there's an AI component in there too. But wow, started trading as a. Whoops, maybe not. No, quite a while ago. Okay. Actually, let me get to a monthly chart. See when they started trading. Looks like they started trading back here. Yeah. So they started trading as Zeta. Probably, I don't know if it was an IPO. Looks suspicious because it was at $10. So it might have been a SPAC that turned into an IPO. But at any rate, June of 2021, so 4 years ago. You know, we've got three pretty nice ones from our AI this morning, guys. Now, yeah, this is even a nice on the short side. The CRDO, I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. So we had the alert at $27, and before it pulled up at all, it got down to 25.34. So as we speak, that's a 4.4% move. This is what I'm talking about. So there's the APLD. As we speak, 11%. It was a lot. It was higher. Well, maybe not. That might be a high of the day now. APLD. Yeah, very, very close to the high of the day. GIII. You know, that's a nice move. I mean, 8% move, probably a big float. Actually, it's not a big float. 39 million. I thought it would be higher. I'm somewhat surprised that this is not. Oh, that's why. So the float is only 39 million. I was sort of surprised this was not showing up in this large cap movers, but it's not really a large cap. Not super large anyway. Actually, I'm sort of wrong. It's a fairly large cap, but the float is so low. And that's for the GIII. Ah, another one. Look at this beautiful move on the 3-minute chart. Why I'm, when you look at a 3-minute chart, typically, that's why I never wanted to look at 3-minute charts or anything, quite frankly, less than 15, because they can be so choppy up and down. I'm just seeing so many decent trend moves in this large cap gainers. And it's not just today. I mean, this is what I've been noticing for several weeks. It was a SPAC. Thank you, Ori. So that's what you're telling me. It was a SPAC. Well, I'm going to try something here. So certainly not a recommendation, but yeah, even our AI had the SHC. Okay, 1636. It hasn't moved that much from yet, but it had had it right there. All sorts of time to get into it. Okay, now I'm going to start looking at some of these that are on this list. Let's take a look at Alaskan Airlines. Now, right now, it's telling you kind of don't trade it. The VWAP 37.91, so it's holding over the VWAP. Look at this, guys. I mean, it's almost like voodoo here because I mean, so many of these just went right into the VWAP and the area. Okay, the VWAP area, and just kind of the VWAP area held and a move. Well, you know what? This APLD could actually even start showing up here. It's meeting the requirements now. 120 million in the float. It's now $5. So that's what, a 600 million market cap. So the minimum in this has to be 500 million. So we could start to see APLD in here now if it starts making some moves. All right, let's take a look at DraftKings. What did it pull back to if it pulled back? Yeah, so now this looks like a short. I mean, there's your there. In fact, I wonder if that showed up. No, the relative volume, it's only 0.85. Wow. Big float. But again, you don't have to. Let me expand this weekly chart. I mean, if you like the trade, it doesn't have to have a high relative volume. The idea typically, though, if you're going to day trade, is you want to find stocks that are really trading abnormally. And usually that means volume. Okay. So it's not just, okay, this is traded 2.4 million. Is that abnormal? No. In fact, it's slightly less than normal. 0.85. One would be normal. But doesn't mean, if you like the pattern, because that happened. Orange, pink, purple. So interesting, what this 56% and the 44%, basically since this compare count window, and basically what this does is it takes two competing scans, stocks that are moving higher versus stocks moving lower with very similar filters, okay, and sort of runs them off against each other. And so the cylinder is telling you that since this started at 9:30, 56% have been green coming through here, 44% have been red. Okay. And these are all clickable, of course. So what can be really interesting is say where the market was having just a ripping day, and all of a sudden you see a red stock coming through. You wonder, well, why the heck is that red when everything else seems to be green? So you click on it, see what's happening. Or conversely, market is getting hammered down and you see a green stock coming through. Click on it. Why is that one moving counter to the market? All right, guys. Now, Zeta, now this might be turning into a bit of a short. A lot of shorts available. 6 million in the in Interactive Brokers. Let's see if we get a transition from cyan. Then we get to orange, or maybe it could go right to purple. Okay, I'm sure somebody must have mentioned this. I didn't see this come on, but PMAX is an earnings play. I'm sorry, an IPO today. $4, priced at $4, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. What did it pop up to? 471, only 1.43 million. I can go and look myself. Is this? It's not China or Singapore, just a U.S. IPO. BVI. So Okay. Yeah, British Virgin Islands. I knew that, but that's where it's incorporated. Obviously, for tax reasons. So again, this is what I use for my IPO. So let me just take a look at it though quickly. Yeah, it says Hong Kong here. So this is as far as I'm concerned, a China stock. Okay. Yeah, there might be incorporated in the BVI, but this is a China stock, guys. Okay. So fireworks. Let's see if there are any later on in the day. So this is what I do. I will put a price alert at the high here, 471. Okay. See if it takes it out later on. There's not a huge amount of enthusiasm for it because it was priced at 4 and it's just a little bit above it. If it's priced at 4 and it opens at 6 and 7 and it kind of hangs there, then there's some enthusiasm. So right now I'm not seeing like a huge amount of enthusiasm for it, but that could all turn around later on. So Shady is in Hoth, I guess, HOTH. It triggered for him. I have to admit, guys, I'm just concentrating on if this keeps working, in this reasonable way that it is so far. I mean, I may just start concentrating on these larger caps, both on the high side and the low side. We have enough people in the room that are looking at, the low float stocks. All right, my system doesn't seem to be slowing down that much. That's what I was sort of afraid of, having a couple of the races up and running. So far, so good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in here as a tab. Okay. Now the race is going to start now from where I put it in. So, but I can toggle back and forth. All right, let's take a look at HR. HR. No, now this is interesting. I mean, yes, it's on the long, in theory on the long side, but it's telling me not to trade it right now. What is the 1835 is the VWAP. So you can see that it's right at the VWAP area. Will it hold, or is this actually, going to be fine? I mean, eventually, stocks like these, especially the large cappers, eventually, they're gonna probably start following the market a little bit more. I don't mean they're going to do necessarily this, but if you're going to go long things, I mean, obviously it's easier if you have the market at least not necessarily. It doesn't have to be moving higher, but just not moving lower. Just makes it easier. Boy, this GIII has been a monster, an absolute monster. Look at this on a 3-minute chart, guys. Look how orderly this is. Hardly, like, you don't even want to see giant, well, unless you're in it, and you get a candle that goes up or a bar that goes up $10, fine. But the problem with having a volatile bar on the top, you're going to get a lot of people maybe wanting to bail and take some profit. Right now, this is just saying stay in, stay in, stay in, stay in. And again, I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but look at the SPY and look at this. This is a classic alpha stock, okay? It doesn't give a rip about what the overall market's doing. Why? It had earnings. And obviously, you can just start reading a headline, sales beat expectations, and they're probably guiding into the next quarter pretty well. Because it's all about the guidance also. Well, now GIII, 3151 is the next high on the weekly chart. I mean, that could stall it, but tell you, if it takes that out, look at this, 3465. But I'd be surprised. But the float, I mean, it's for a fairly expensive stock, $31 stock, 39 million is certainly not a high float. This secret one that I'm in that I'm not going to tell you about, I'll be amazed if it works. It's working a little bit right now, but again, I'm thinking, wow, it's not being affected by the market at all, and it's not an earnings play. It doesn't have really any news on its own. So here's another IPO. Okay, thank you. Now, this is a bit of a quirk about our Halts Resumes. Many, many times, I would say at least 90% of the time, if it's an IPO, it's going to show up as a resume. You can see the PTHL did, the PMAX did. Again, it's not 100%, but I would say 90% of the time, it's just a quirk. It's not designed that way. So PTHL, now my guess is that, probably 4 was the IPO. Okay, another one, probably China. Yeah, another China stock. And again, now this is, not a lot of enthusiasm, $4. So you can see it's underneath the IPO price. But again, I'll just put a price alert up here. Now, 410 would not ever get me into it. It's too close to the IPO price, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't know, Michael. I mean, sometimes these numbers, it's not updated or something like that. I don't know. The question is, my institutional in GIII shows 105% institutional owned. Yeah, there is, William, maybe you have an explanation. I don't have that here. My guess is if you Google it, institutional ownership shows 100 and, well, at least from Michael Storm in our YouTube room, says that institutional ownership shows 105% for GIII. Someone could be buying the shorts, okay? Somebody could be buying the shorts. You could also probably Google that, Michael, and you can Google that and say, what does it say? How could a stock have over 100% institutional ownership? And find out what it says. You are right. Where are you? You are right, JM. Well, Google it. It's a quirk of the statistics, obviously, but just Google it and you'll probably get a good explanation. Oh, no kidding. And I'm telling you why I'm loving this is because of what the market's doing. So the cat's out of the bag. JM knows that I'm in KLG. I said, 'Yeah, that's what William thought. It's that's what I kind of was hinting at in the updating, but William talked about short selling. Thank you, Pepe. This is Kellogg. Okay. A lot of the food stocks are doing well. %, Pepe, 100% for you now, health-wise. Excellent. No, not even any long-term effects. You were a little worried about that. I got to say, I know I'm probably going to nagging on this, but I mean, the nice thing about these is that they're a lot easier on the psyche. You're not watching like things whipping up and down and wondering where am I going to put a stop. Well, speaking of that, I haven't done any money management or explanation about money management for a while. So I think what I'll do is I'll just cover a little bit about money management for those of you who are new. So the way I trade is that the first thing is I'll have a checklist, okay, of everything has to be checked in the checklist before I'll take a trade. Now, a lot of the things are already checked, okay, based on my scans. I'm not going to see something outside the price range. Excuse me, the price range that I want. It's going to have the minimum volume that I need. So a lot of the things are already checked. And so as you guys have seen, then what I do when I get an alert, I check looking left to see what sort of resistance there is near term if I want to go long, either on the weekly or the daily chart. So, but the other thing I'm also doing almost at the same time, is I'm saying, okay, if I took this trade right now, where am I getting out of the trade if it's not working? Well, that's my stop. Let me demonstrate using our simulator. So this is our simulator. Okay, these are some practice trades that I did before. Yeah, you got to practice trading, Jackie. I mean, there's no question. I mean, there's no shortcuts in trading, but that's why we have a simulator that you can use. It's our real-time simulator. Okay, so when I say it uses our real-time data. So let's just say I wanted to take, and I'll have to use probably a low floater, something that's a little low floater. So I wanted to take APDN right now. Not saying not saying I want to take, like I should take it. I'm just saying, let's say I wanted to take APDN. I'm going to use this as an example and go over money management. Okay. So I'm going to take 500 shares. Okay. You don't, now, of course, when you trade, you don't have to pick from the drop down, but I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in right at the ask. Okay. So now I'm in the trade. APDN, I'm in the trade. APDN, I'm in at 140. I'm going to put a stop at 120, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. Notice on the chart now, there is minus 100. Okay, hopefully you can see that right up here in the daily chart, right here on the 3-minute, etc. So it says minus 100. So what that means is if I stay in this trade and I allow it to get down to that 120 where I put my stop, I'm going to get taken out for a $100 loss. Okay, that's what that means. So that's the first thing I do, though. That's the first thing I think about before I take a trade is even if I saw a lot of room, looking left, that it had a lot of room that it could run without before it would hit the next high. If I look left, if underneath, and I want to take the trade at 141, and underneath there was a whole bunch of resistance at, say, well, I'm explaining this wrong. I'll always know where I'm going to get out of the trade. So let's say there was resistance around what I would consider at 135. Okay. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. So I always know where I'm going to get out of the trade. Okay. Now, how I do it is a lot of times I'm looking at either a 15-minute chart or maybe if it's close to a whole number. And that's how you are going to have to practice. Okay. You might want to take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. It's probably one of the more difficult things to figure out, well, where am I getting out of this trade if it's not working for me? But for the sake of, what I'm going through right now, I put the stop 20 cents away on purpose just to make the math easy. Give me a moment. Okay, so I put the stop 20 cents away just to make the math easy. Notice I took 500 shares. Okay, and why does that say minus 100? Because I took 500 shares. If I allow it to move 20 cents against me, it's pretty simple math. 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Okay, that's how that works. Now, I would not take the trade. This is really what I wanted to say. I would not take the trade if I know where my stop is. Now my next step is, okay, where could it go before it hits that next high looking left, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart? So if I were looking at this trade and I got the alert and it was at 140 and then I look above and the next high is 145, I'm not taking the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents in order to try to make 5 cents. Okay. Now, again, that next high looking left doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall there, but that's just the way I trade. Okay. You have to have some rules. Those are, a rule I just rarely, I can't remember the last time I deviated from that. But I don't see enough room looking left. And that's why you hear me say a lot of times, well, it didn't listen to me. That, that next high looking left did not stop it at all. I'm prepared for that. Okay. it doesn't bother me. That's just how I trade. So now the next step is, so you practice, okay? Practice trading, okay? But when how long it's going to take, I have no idea. It could take several months in a simulator, because until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you have a live account, because there's zero emotion, in the simulator. It comes down to your stop price, you get taken out. Oh, well, it's just plain money. Okay. The problem is also, though, is once you're able to make money in a simulator and you feel you're ready to trade real money, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money, because now all sorts of emotion comes into it. Now, when you see your P&L whipping up and down, one of the dangers that can happen is that you start disobeying your stop. You get into a trade, obviously, and, as I said, you have some kind of a checklist. Everything is checked. And maybe there's even a bonus. For me, a bonus would be some news about the stock, good news if I'm going long. That would be just a bonus. Maybe it's a good reaction to earnings, okay? Maybe it's got some news specific to it. So you're in the trade and it starts drifting down to your stop price. But you convince yourself that, it's going to come back. So I'm going to disobey my stop. And so now it keeps drifting down. Now, instead of $100, you're down 200, 300, 400, 500. And now you finally give up and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay. And you get out of the trade, and with a far bigger loss than you should have. Almost as bad is if you're down that $500, you're convincing yourself it will turn around, and then it does turn around. And now you're up to $300, $400. And you're so happy you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience as a trader, obeying your stop, had I known, I didn't even know what a stop was when I first started trading. Had I known about stops, had I known to obey them, it would have saved me a lot of grief. Sure, you're going to get the odd one that's going to turn around. I get it. But look, you can always get back into a trade, okay? You take your manageable loss, and who knows, maybe later on in the day, maybe it sets up in the same way, and maybe this time it works. Maybe your trade that you're in was a little too tied in, it was tied into more or less maybe what the market was doing, and you're in the trade here, and then all of a sudden the market does this. Okay, you can't predict that. It doesn't mean that, your setup was wrong or anything about what you did was wrong. You cannot predict this. All you can do, though, is obey your stop and get the heck out of it. Okay? And then move on. Move on. And again, as I said, maybe it sets up again in a very similar way and you can get back in. Okay? So it's a good question. When do you start selling? I mean, I know when I do it, especially not so much today because of these, I'm in these higher float stocks, higher caps, bigger cap stocks, larger cap stocks. But if I'm in a stock that, I get into something and it just whips higher almost immediately, I'm taking some off. Okay. Because more than likely it's already hit a huge percentage. So I'm probably taking some off. How much? I don't know. It all depends from stock to stock. Okay. One of the things I'm finding with the go no go charts, though, is that it's allowing me to stay in trades a lot longer than I normally would, as long as it's keeping blue. The minute I get the transition to, say, cyan, it's warning me that okay, that the strong trend that we had identified is starting to weaken. So, you know, there is that way you can kind of use the go no go charts. Steve Gomez, a lot of people, that's a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. He'll keep in a trade until it breaks it, okay, and closes below it. Some people use I think the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart, you know, and you'll stay in the chart and stay in the trade until it breaks it. So there's no hard and fast rule. Whatever starts to work for you, and that's why you should use the simulator and practice. And you know, also it can depend on the day. If you're in a pretty choppy day, you know, and things are not trending that well, I'm probably in days like that, I'm probably I don't consider myself a scalper, but I'm probably in a little more scalp mode than I normally would be. So, oh, I forgot that one of the most important aspects of the trading. If I have a stop at 20 cents, okay, if I've identified my stop as 20 cents away, if I look left, if I can't see clear sailing, now it doesn't mean it's going to get there, but if I can't see clear sailing to at least 40 cents away from my entry, I won't take the trade. In other words, I want to risk, I will risk, I don't mind risking 20 cents to make 40 cents. If I saw 10 cents was the next high, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to make 10 cents. Now, what could happen is I get into the trade. Sure, I have a reasonable expectation of getting, you know, a 40-cent gain and maybe more. I mean, maybe the next high is even further away. But if I see it starting to stall, you know, and the market's turning against me, I may get out, okay, before it hits my stop. And so at that point, I may only be a 1-to-1. I risk 20 and I maybe only make 20 cents. But, you know, that's, you know, experience in trading. Which leads me to the, again, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention all this. What I do, how I trade, is that I try to risk about the same amount per trade. I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, $500 the next trade, $100 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So in the simulator, I always demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And so that will share size me also. I'm not taking 500. I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. The share size will be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. So in this case, it was 20 cents away. If I'm risking $100, that means I could take 500 shares. If my stop was 10 cents away, I could take 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents, if I get stopped out, is $100. So you can actually set up an Excel spreadsheet if you know how to do that. You know, pointing to your risk amount, your risk amount that you're going to risk every trade. Put in your entry, your stop, and that'll, you know, calculate how many shares you can take per trade. The other thing is, and you'll do it, we've all done it. I don't do it anymore, but I used to do it. Revenge trading. You get out, you lose that first trade, you're down 100. The temptation is to, okay, I know I'm not supposed to risk more the next trade, but you know what? I'm going to risk 200 the next trade, because when I win that one, I'm going to cover that $100 loss and make 100. So I'll be up 100. That loses, now you're down 300. Well, okay, the next one's got to work. I'll risk 400 the next trade. That'll cover my 300 I'm down and make 100 on that next trade. You see where I'm going with this? Now, one thing I do is that if I have a couple of really good trades at the beginning of the day, and by the way, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down. I used to try to trade in the first 15 minutes, and I was just getting stopped out too many times, too quickly. And that's when you really want to start revenge trading. So that's when I stopped and I said, you know what? There are going to be plenty of setups all day long. There's no mad rush to trade in the first 15 for me anyway. But if I do really, really well on a couple of trades, or even the first one, what I might do is then reduce my risk for the rest of the day. Reducing my risk, meaning let's say I'm risking 500 a trade and I do really well on that trade. I may then, for the balance of the day, only risk a couple $100 a trade. So that's it, guys. Off the soapbox. I try to remember to do that once a week, but I don't think I've done that for a couple of weeks. Hopefully that kind of helps if you're new to trading. There's a lot to trading. We're a great company. We are called Trade Ideas though. And it's not, trade everything you see. You have to have an idea about when you click on an alert, what is the chart trying to tell you? Yeah, there was some news about East. It's a merger of some sort. Okay. Engineer, there is news on East. And here it is. Skyrockets in the pre-market after announcing merger with mortgage tech company. All right, guys. So it is 11:52. So I'm getting set to take my break. It's going to be Andy today. Okay. Normally it's Steve on Thursdays, but it's going to be Andy today. So what I'm going to do, sometimes he shows up a little bit earlier. So what I'm going to do is put the announcement up here. I'll hang around until he shows up. Oops. All right. So when I take my break, I'll be back at about 1 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. And what I'm going to do also is in our main room, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Andy when he shows up. So this is having the nice, boy, that's a great move off the bottom, 159 to 391 for SGLY. Anybody see any news in this one? I did not see actually any news. This has started to move down from almost $7, got all the way down to 187, 171. I kept looking for some news on it, financing or anything, but I did not see any news unless somebody posted it. I did not see that. Yeah, look at ALK now, guys. Another, wow, look at ALK. I'm loving these. I'm not in it, not in this one. I mean, these are nice moves. I mean, 38 to 39, 125 million in the float. Another, the airlines are just going crazy. See if there's another airline here. There's United. Well, you know what? ALK is kind of trading on its own in terms of an airline. Maybe there's some news hitting. I don't know. It's not an earnings play, but look at ALK. How long before I became consistently profitable? I don't really know. I had, I was trading for quite a while, but I had another job at the time. But I was able to kind of trade because I'm on the West Coast, so I was doing some early morning trading. I didn't stop. in 2010, I got Trade Ideas, okay, as a subscriber. And that obviously really, really helped. I will say this, though, trading can be awfully difficult if it's your only source of income. If you need to make money in the market, to pay your bills, mortgages, food, kids' education, and all that. If you need to make money in the market, it's awfully hard. Because it all becomes, it becomes way too emotional. All right, guys. Now they're even out. Look at this. They threw the 200-day moving average. We're right at it. So, here's the thing. Will it stall it? Will this act as resistance? And will this give us a, what is that average right there? It is 38.91. So it's just below it. Will that act as resistance and give us a short? I mean, with three really nice ones from the AI guys. I mean, these are nice percentage moves, and some of them would have been a lot higher. Of course, the APLD has pulled back. The GIII has pulled back. This one, NC, this is the one that the Fuzzy Panda short trading group wrote a report on them. I must probably hit last night sometime. And this has knocked this one down a lot. NSSC, I mean, it's down 23%. I can't remember. What was the last one Fuzzy Panda did? Anybody remember? Terrence, I'm fine. Trying to figure out how to copy a strategy from the AI strategies tab to add to my own strategies. Well, I'm going to be on a break really soon. Andy might be able to help, but I'm still trying to Andy. Okay, I heard you. Okay, so Terrence, I'm going to let you try to answer Terrence's question. Okay, just give me one moment. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Andy just whispered at me, so he is in our YouTube room right now. So we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Okay, in our main room. And now I can welcome. We had a switcheroo today, so normally it's Steve Gomez today, but it's going to be Andy Lindlof. Who actually, I like that because we can celebrate the start of the NFL season tonight.
That's right. How about that?
That's how about that. And I was watching, I didn't watch the game, but I saw the Aggies did lose, but I was watching it on my phone a little bit. So tough one,
Yeah.
I guess. I guess
It was a tough one. First game for a head coach going against a top 10 team. They had their chances. It was it went all the way down to the last 2 minutes of the game.
Exactly.
The score wasn't indicative of how close it was.
Yeah.
But oh well.
Oh well.
Being an Aggie, I'm used to it. But oh.
So anything you've done today so far?
Yeah. Well, I caught. I don't know if any of you guys get the email list that goes out or watch my video. I had a really good breakdown on Tesla this morning. It was gapping up, and and I pretty much said looking for a pullback to 223, and I got it and got hit, and then had a nice move. So
223.
Yeah, I just opened up this morning and kind of came down.
Right at the very beginning of the day. Nice, really nice.
Then,
wow, 223 to up to 2. Are you kidding me? It went from 222 up to 235.
Yeah.
Wow.
How about that?
All right. Okay.
And playing a little bounce in this Donald J. Trump right now. We'll see. I just had a little pop. So who knows?
Yeah, I saw it did have a little pop. Boy, it is what a disaster it's been since.
Oh my gosh, the death march.
I mean, seriously. I mean, feel sorry for anybody who's holding the bag on this one. But anyway,
Yep.
I'll take off now.
We don't hold bags around here, though,
We
Barry.
don't hold bags, but
No, no.
I guarantee there are people out there
Oh, of
going,
course.
I'm one of those people he's talking about.
All
Okay,
right, Terry.
Andy.
Enjoy your
See you in about
hour,
an
buddy.
hour.
Bye-bye.
And try to answer Terrence's
I
questions
will.
if you
I
can.
sure will.
Okay.
Thanks, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar, and let's dive into Terrence's questions. I'm trying to figure out how to copy a strategy from the AI strategies tab to add to my own strategies in the Brokers Plus. You're probably not going to be able to do that. So let me find the AI strategies. I don't even think we have AI strategies. Are you seeing them on yours, Terrence? Because we've discontinued uh, the ability to auto trade, the AI. Now you can create your own strategies, but I'm not sure. Are you talking about from the main window, like from this right here, the AI strategy window? Hey, Martha, how are you? Hi, Peppy. Let's see. Yeah, you're not going to be able to copy that. I mean, anything inside the AI, yeah. Uh, Anything inside the AI is pretty much off limits as far as being able to like copy any of our strategies. It's sorry about that, but yeah, we just don't share our strategies. It's one it's proprietary and something we just don't do. Uh, Now we all the traders here will be happy to share with you all of our personal strategies. I don't even have these strategies to be honest with you. We s- Here's the problem with these strategies. You submit a strategy and then Holly will back test it the night before, and so you don't know what the configuration is even going to look like. Okay, and no, we don't hand out our base strategies that we give it, but I hope that answers your question, Terry. But any strategies that we have, yeah, you can ask, and we'll be happy to share them for sure. All right, where do I want to take some? You can see I got out of some of my Donald J. Trump. I just want. I would love just to get that high, yesterday's high on this thing. A little bit of volume coming in, and you got the 1 minute volume up to 500, the 5 minute volume close to 500. But I will, like me and Barry were talking, this is one big death march. So this is one of those ones where I do not need a reason, a technical reason to take some profits. I may just bang some out, as soon as I get it. It might be pretty quick, just to. Yes, yes, Terrence. Is when it comes to the AI, it's pretty much just viewing only. You know what? Do you watch markets in I will. Yes, I do, especially the China market. I like to trade China stocks. For whatever reason, I trade them well, and uh, and typically it's not like buying momentum; it's buying pullbacks. For example, this Baba I've been in for a while, and I bought down here at 79.44. So it's a little different kind of strategy for me when it comes to. Now I will obviously if the sector is really hot, but what I've seen over here is they'll gap up over here because China had a good market in their markets, but and then we'd sell them off over here. So you see that all the time. So what I do a lot of times is take advantage of those sell-offs and I'll buy it. But uh, let's see. And I also have a what I'll do is periodically look over here, and I have a global market watcher. It's a top list, and I can just and it's. I have it sorted by position and year range, so I can see which ones. Belgium is having New Zealand and Belgium's having a great year or great last 52 weeks, I should say. There's the USA. So yes, I will pull this up periodically. Uh, you can see China has kind of been struggling, and a lot of times I'll play. Wait a minute. Somebody hit me up if you'd like to have that. I'm gonna close it. I got too many windows open over here. Let's see. Another one to watch out. So my three picks today. I don't want to call them picks. My three ideas was Tesla, Kava, a break. You see above basically around 115 level, and you still got to watch this Ross Stores. I think I'm in a little bit of this, and I just like the way it's setting up. Could be an explosive move. You had earnings here, gapped up too much after earnings. That's why I don't play earnings a lot. But now it has pulled back. The gap makes me a little bit nervous, but you got the 10 period moving average at 150.35. I think the target, my trigger today was 152.32, I believe. Just probably above. Yeah, that level right there. Basically a 5-day high. I wish I hadn't got scared out of some of it, but that's okay. I just basically flatted some of it, but if it can go, I could be adding. SPY is trying to get a little lift here. I kind of like to see this hold 50. It's Donald Trump. This is definitely a scalp for me. I'm not looking to day trade this. I mean, to swing trade it. Okay, SPY trying to dig in here. And watching this, I'll be watching the volume on this Ross Stores too. If it can take out that 132 with some volume coming in, I may even know. Let's see, there's the high. Okay, Rost means rusty, huh? Okay, I learned something today, Trader 77. I'll have a word for my daughter. My daughter is actually on Duolingo, learning it. She gets mad at me because she wants me to participate. I'm good for about one day, and then I'm like, I did sell half of that DJT. I don't want to babysit it. I want to focus on this raw stores, which could be a good swing trade here. That's what I like about anticipating. When you're anticipating those moves, it just gives you a little leeway. If you're going to add to your position when it hits that number. But not crazy about the market and not crazy about this volume in it right so far. So I don't know if I will add or not. Do you notice how the XLF has been holding up? I've been in some FAS for a few days. It's been holding up for some reason until today, and probably because this morning money started flowing in some of the tech stocks, and then the rotation we have. It's like the XLF has just been a monster, but could be changing its tune for sure. Well, Neo's having a good day after earnings. It's funny. Lee was a leader for so long in that little sector over there. Now it's struggling, and the other ones are performing pretty well over the last couple of weeks. XPav and Neo changing of the guard, I guess. Okay, Raw Store looks like it just put in a new high or close to it there, 152.03. I did sell 2/3 of my Tesla, but gosh, tempted to nibble back in some. And it's kind of reached its target, my target for today. Jobs numbers tomorrow. I'm pretty light. Probably, yeah, even go lighter before the day is over, especially if this market keeps it up like it is. I'm going to probably have to get out of a few of these remaining China stocks. Oh, yeah, that's an ugly bar there. Well, a lot of these big tech stocks had a nice push this morning and giving them all back. Market on lows. Let's take a look at the market. Spies started out, looked like kind of off to the races in the first hour, and look at there, didn't even do a bar reversal. Now it's back below its key moving averages. That's big. Of course, Q's probably going to look this very similar. Yeah, it didn't get anywhere near its moving averages. So IWM, I mean, obviously we know how fast things can change in this market, but heading into those jobs numbers, which we know won't be right, markets are not looking too good. I'm gonna put that alert back in the raw stores. Market just not real conducive for breakouts. LFST's been on the list for the last 3 days. It's a nice 3-day move. Of course, it, it looks like a nice 3-day move, but really is only going about what 60 cents. Got to load up, I guess. AI. SPLTR. I kind of want to find this. All right, guys, if you have any questions, be sure to fire away. If not, you got some stocks that you're looking at, you may want me to look at. We can do that as well. We can talk markets. I notice when the tape gets kind of ugly, things do get more quiet. I understand, especially if you're watching some positions fall out of bed on you. Just disheartening. Donald J. Trump. That's why you sell half. And there's the raw stores alert again. You know what? I think I'm just going to stick, with the volume and the current market conditions. I don't want to hurt my average price. So I think I'm just going to stick with what I got. I mean, if it was a raging tape and retail was doing good, I would definitely be, adding. But XRT is not really doing really good. Obviously, the tape overall tape's not doing good, and I don't see any reason to load up unless, of course, it goes through and you get some decent volume coming in, then maybe on a pullback or something. But it's always good for your new traders out there to see a trade in action. See what someone's thinking. SPY kind of putting in a little bit of a bottoming tail there, kind of in no man's land. You think it might want this gap fill? Go ahead and put an alert at the gap fill. But yeah, it's definitely hard to get excited about in no man's land here. But who knows? Tesla gets a back. If it gets above this level, I really believe it's going to want that gap. It's a good move. Maybe not today, but who knows over the next 2 or 3 days. So the 10-period moving average on this Ross Stores is at 152.30, which it's only a nickel away. There you go, Trader 77. Yeah, I'm thinking about nibbling. You know what? I'll put a little pullback alert just in case it wants to pull back. Feel like it might hit that 10-period moving average and pull back a little bit. Let's just set that alert at the trigger. See what happens. Not a boy, Baba. That's what this stupid China stocks will do, man. They'll sit there and just be weak as a dog, man, and then all of a sudden they'll just pop. Okay, it's above its VWAP. Interesting. Now let's see if we can get above that 10. I sold one little chunk very close to high, so yeah, I might have to nibble back in some. Let's take a look at the. Oh, that's a nice volume in that one today. Let's see. This is definitely an area. Oh, Peloton. So, man, I was looking at that earlier. That was just a nice little chart. I tried it the other day, like on this day, flatted it, but thanks. Maybe coming up out of the grave, this thing. It gets back above $5. Now, if this thing were to trade sideways for, let's say 30, 45 minutes and then go through, I definitely would probably add then. I just don't want to chase a no volume move. But if we have some consolidation, that's a kind of a different animal in my book anyway. Yeah, Tesla. I don't know if I'm gonna get my pullback. It looks like it's gonna try to break right through that 10 period moving average. Yeah, I don't know about this overall market. I think we're in trouble, boys. What's XPEB doing today? I'll give Lee a shot if it can pop through the 3-day high there, but that's really a gamble trade because it's just an ugly chart. As a matter of fact, taking a look at all the big boys, they're under all its key moving. Of course, we're not going to talk about the 200, but key moving averages. Amazon finally poked above today, but that could change. Basically, just in no man's land. Tesla definitely looks good above all its key moving averages. Meta should be above. Now it's above the 50, but it's below the 10 and 20. Netflix pitch between the 10 and 20. Google just has not been able to get anything going, hanging on to the 200-day like Wile E. Coyote on a cliff. Microsoft ugly below its shop. AMD, of course, is below even its 200-day. So not a lot of strong looking. Tesla is definitely the right one to be playing today. Well, Faz. Let's go for a scalp there. Trader 77. Yeah, good one. You like playing a lot of the bigger cap stocks, or will you trade some of the berry ones? Some of the low floaters? Yeah. Yeah, you get more bang for your buck in the cheaper ones, that's for sure. But sometimes, man, I think some of those big caps can be easier to trade, in my opinion. But there you go, there you go. Yeah, but essentially you're playing the big cap stock, and you're just doing it in a cheaper leveraged one. That's no, I would do the same thing. As a matter of fact, I have done the same thing. That's why you see me in Faz. Okay, no other big boys. Yeah, I see. I of the ones I do, I trade Amazon occasionally, Nvidia, even Apple every now and then. I don't sell them. Occasionally, I'll trade Netflix and Google, but Only playing IT and telecom back in the early 2000. Yeah. Yeah, you could get burned on something. Remember WorldCom? WCOM, wasn't it? That was a fun one to trade back in the day. Oh, you worked for Ericsson, huh? And thought you understood the sector. Okay. Oh yeah. And down here in Texas, you got a lot of people that work in the oil industry and they think they know the sector as well. They start trying to play fundamentals and stuff. 22 years. Wow. Man, it's actually Eric's actually setting up for a move. It's had a looks it almost traded like the financials. It's weird. Let's take a look at the longer term. It's a turtle though. I mean, it looks like an incredible move, and it really only went about 90 cents. Yeah, yeah. Enron was a Texas. That was down in Houston, Texas. What a scandal that was. As a matter of fact, a funny story. I knew several people that worked for Enron, and I was living out in San Diego, and this couple came to visit us, and he worked for Enron, and it was about a month before the scandal broke, and the stock just tanked. And he came in, and I raised a now eyebrow. I almost shorted it when he told me this. So he's in there. He goes, "Man, listen, our CEO. We had a uh, meeting the other day with our CEO, and you might want to buy some Enron." I'm going, okay, wait, this sounds fishy. Yeah, it was bad. He was like telling his employees to buy the stock, and a lot of people got crushed. What did Tesla do? Well, it's hanging in there. So I think this most recent move may be an AI move in Tesla. I don't know. Isn't he building like two big old uh, semiconductor plants just for AI? I don't know, but I need to research that more. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, WorldCom, that was definitely another scandal company. Yeah, I remember that. It's Tesla, I think, wants to go to highs. So this is Ross Stores is kind of doing what I hoped, not really pulling back, just kind of going sideways. And it's what you want to see versus just a head fake move and couldn't get slammed right back down. If it's just shenanigan, that's usually what you see. So yeah, this is one that I'll be tempted if it in the next bar can go back to that trigger or go to that trigger. Yeah, yeah. Steve was excited about his beat today. Ooh, kind of pulled back a little bit here, but still hanging on to that 50 period. I just I can't trade those. No, no, basically no volume. I mean, average volume is 40K. Yeah, I get in trouble with those. Get too much size and get 10-cent spreads. It's like, yeah. Okay, let's see. Look at this DJT. Could be setting up for another move here. I like the way it's putting in bottoming tails, not even touching this 10 period moving average. See the spies down here, and it's hitting the 10 period moving average. Okay, so now you're below the 50, and now you're coming up on this 10 period moving average. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little more carnage. We'll see. Okay, I did buy a little more of that raw stores. We'll see. We'll see if it can do it. It's going to hurt my average. Well, here's my thinking. If it doesn't go through, I don't know if I want it anyway. So what's happening on the 18th of September? Yeah, I wouldn't be holding this thing for that long. Like I said, I'll be out at the end of the day. But what's happening on the oh that's where you get sentenced, right? Okay, he's got the 10-period moving average coming up under sneaking underneath it. Let's see if they can catapult it. Got contact now. Yeah, I saw that earlier, Michael. Oh yeah, that's the one we looked at just a few minutes ago, and it did get through. I thought I said alert in that, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, it's right here. We're at that resistance. Gets through that. There's a good chance it may want to go. Goodness gracious, yeah. This thing could go to $7. I'm not saying it's going to do that today, but yeah, good. Yeah, good. It could. Well, I'll just stick alert here just in case it comes back to that high. See what happens. And there's my Tesla alert. So good out there for you. And that scalp there, Trader 77. And DJT, I'm just going to have to flat this rest of it, I'm thinking. Gosh, it's disappointing. At least I sold some up there. Okay, Ross. Gosh, no volume. Hopefully it don't care. Maybe it don't care and it just goes anyway. You don't have to have volume to go break out. Yeah, most of them are. At least you got some revenues. Hmm. It's a nice setup, going into that last push. Just 541K in the float. Ross continues to creep. And there is the trigger. There is the break above the 10, barely. See if you can get some follow through now. No volume coming in. But like I said, there's nothing out there that says there has to be volume to move higher. And SPYs with a little bit of a head fake down and butting heads with the 10 period moving average again. Financials getting a little bounce. I can tell by my FAS bleeding. Barry's vacuuming.
Yeah, my computer's acting up a little bit today.
Oh,
it was whispering for most of the day, but I might have to do a little reboot.
Now it's yelling, huh?
Yeah. You know what I want you to take a look at
Uh-huh.
is WHLR.
Yeah, we were just looking at that.
On a 3-minute chart, though. You don't have the go no go charts up, do you?
I can pull it up.
Pull up a go no go chart. You're going to see exactly. And on a 3-minute. Okay, now you see, let's see, there's an orange, and then there's cyan, and then there's blue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, approximately around
285.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's the scan that we're looking at that we've created. Okay.
Okay.
So what happens is we get the alert if it goes from orange to blue directly, or orange and no more than one bar in between, the cyan in between, and we get an alert right at that point. Okay, that's a very specific pattern we're looking for.
Okay,
because that in theory is very bullish, and the alert would have happened at $3.08.
Nice. Okay, so you are into the blue when you get the alert, right?
What's that?
You in other words, it's never called from the baby blue. You're gonna, well, no, I shouldn't say baby blue, the cyan, whatever. Is that what you call that color, cyan?
Yeah, the middle one. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is all the alerts are going to come in the blue, right?
All the alerts come in the blue, and you can see that candle closed at 3:08.
I got you.
Because it has to wait for the candle to close to make sure it is blue. Because it could have started out blue, and then it could have pulled all the way back.
True.
So it has to wait. I'm going to have to do a reboot on my computer, I think. Yeah, something's really going weird. But look at that. I mean, now they don't all work exactly like that, but holy smokes.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. And that's on the GoMomo 3-minute scan that you have access to also.
Where do you find this?
You can find it if you go to Market Explorer. So go click on New Market Explorer course. Right click, select Strategies, get the other box popping up, Go No Go, and then GoMomo.
A lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, I haven't looked at any. Most of them are not intraday, but Go No Go Momo or GoMomo obviously is an intraday one. The rest of them there are all daily, sort of for swing trading. But yeah, so this is the one, and we're still kind of tweaking it a little bit. But man, oh man, what an alert!
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. That's it. You can go.
All right, Barry.
Hey, listen, there's a football game tomorrow night too?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we got one every night for the next 5 days.
There's a game Saturday night too?
Oh, I take that back. I was thinking of college.
Oh,
no,
okay.
yeah, you'll definitely. I think we have one Thursday, Friday, and then Sunday and Monday. So
Sunday and Monday.
4 out of 5.
I had no idea there was one tomorrow night. Okay. All right, but tonight's the big one. That's going to be a really interesting game, Mahomes and Lamar. So that'll be a really interesting game.
Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay, my friend.
My chart. I have to reset my because all my charts turned into go no go charts.
Oh yeah. Well, all my charts are now go no go charts, so I don't care.
Are they really?
Everything? Yeah. Every I've got my thumbnail charts are all go no go. All my different time frames. Well, you can see if you can see my screen. You can't see it yet, but there.
Man, okay, there we go.
So you can see that my time frames.
Let me see. Yeah, I do.
But I have thumbnail charts on my other monitor, and they're all. I love the go no go. I love go no
go. Okay. Maybe maybe I'll have to convert.
Well,
you'll make a go no go guy out of me, dude.
Well, as I always say, it's got to make sense for you. As I said to
It
everybody,
does.
watch the videos and all that. Don't just take. I know you don't have to take a subscription, but watch the videos and then make up your mind. And the other thing, Andy, is that even if I weren't using Go No Go, I am completely sold on bar charts now, as
Yeah.
opposed to candlestick charts.
There you go.
Completely. So
Okay.
that's sort
Interesting.
of a yeah.
Interesting.
I really
Wow.
really like the way they look
Okay.
and all. Okay, Andy.
All right, Barry. Have a good weekend, man.
Arrivederci.
Enjoy your football, and everybody else
I
do the same.
will.
All right.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys. I'm back in both rooms and get rid of my announcement. Okay, guys. Well, I am still in. I obviously sold some of it out, but I'm still in. Wow, look at that Zeta now over 27. But I'm still in some of the KLG. Obviously this action right there in the 3-minute charts got me out some of it, but held on, and still looking pretty darn good. And that's from the large cap gainers. I was just telling Andy that from the Go No Go, there was your alert right there for WHLR. Okay, right there. You can see we had the orange, the cyan, and then the blue. And you had the alert right there at 308. That was the price, which was the close of the blue candle. All sorts of time to get into it. Okay. And man, from 308, 544. That's a great one. All right, now I'm going to take a look at VSTS. Now, I've seen so many now that have held the VWAP. Another one I think kind of held the VWAP. Yeah, right there. Look at that. Look at VSTS, guys. There's the VWAP at 1482. Now I know this is a changing number, so it might have been a little bit lower, but look at this area where it held as support, and from 1480 up to 1529. That's not bad. I have DLTR thumbnailed, and yeah, this is having a nice little bounce, isn't it, John? Nice bounce now for DLTR. All right, Victoria's Secret. Let's see what this one is doing. Okay, let me see where WHLR opened. So what was it halted at? 544. So it kind of resumed the same area, but still continuing. I mean, the next high, it's broken through that. So now your next high is 862 or approximately anyway. What is it really? 859 on the daily chart. Well, the AI was wrong on that one. I wanted to go short on this one, the WHLR, but you had to stop, get out, and that's it. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, as I say, it's got room. I mean, on the daily chart, it has room. 859. Next high looking left for WHLR. All right, guys, I'm going to keep an eye on the SATs. The SATs has had a pullback here. I have an alert set over 21 and see if it takes it out later. The reason I do that, of course, is because when you look left on SATs, SATS, it's got a lot of room looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, 2364 would be the next high. So I'm going to see if it retakes 21 a little bit later. Well, there's your big drop finally. So hopefully you guys took profit for the WHLR. I mean, that went from 679 down to 5. So that's a big, big percentage move down. And APLD is starting to move. No idea, Dak, if it is similar to Heikin Ashi. No idea. Let's take a look at WHLR. What this would be telling you now, within reason. I mean, they're still telling you it's strong. Okay, anything in blue is still a strong trend, but you got to have some. So you don't have to get rid of everything. In theory, I'd be certainly got rid of some, but unless it turns to cyan, which then would tell you that the trend is starting to weaken a little bit more. Well, no, I mean, not everything though, not everything. But again, within reason. I mean, this bar was very parabolic. So again, you have to put your trader's hat on to a certain extent. Yeah, I mean, very possible. Change right there at 542. And all that's telling you is that the trend is weakening. It's not necessarily saying, okay, dump everything. Okay. But, I mean, I mean, you cannot hold on to every single stick of stock and let that happen. But that is telling you that the trend is starting to weaken a bit. It's interesting. Not on a 2. No, I know you don't have go, no go. I know that. Anyway, let me take a look at some. I'm missing out, I'm sure, on some of these. So this VSTS looks really interesting if it gets back over 1528 or so. VSTS, you can see why. Look left. Look at all the room it's got. 19 highs. So let's just see if it's basing right here. Well, there's not. I mean, the sell signal, DAC, is like right now. Okay, in VSTS, there'd be no sell signal in theory. Okay, you're not until it turns to that light blue. Wow, here we go. Until it turns to cyan, which is just sort of a warning, sort of an early warning. Okay, just saying, you know what? The trend is starting to change on you. Now, if it goes to, I'm looking at SATs right now, guys. No, we don't have a free trial on it. The best I can do is just give you, it's a $50 a month. Yes, you can get the $15 off or 15% off the first month. But what I would do before you even look at it is take a look at the videos and take a look at what it is supposed to be telling you and all. Okay. And you can look at it here. Click on new, dock channel bar. And the go no go charts. Okay. And then a video or a pop-up. You'll have a couple of videos to take a look at. And gives you the idea about what the color changes are supposed to be telling you, okay? And again, we have a couple of scans. Well, we have the one intraday scan, and then we have some swing scans that have been developed. No, 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 no. First of all, there is not an annual on it. It's $50 a month, but you can get 15% off the first month using Barry 15. It is only month to month. We don't even offer an annual. And as you see, it really depends on the time frame you're using. Well, you can get on the horn with me right now. Just do it. You don't have to talk to Marissa. Or you can start next week if you want. Come on, Sats. I said this to Andy, though, even if I weren't using go, no go charts, I love the bar charts instead of the candlestick charts. I just think I find they're just cleaner looking, number one. All right, guys. Well, while I am waiting on this Sats to see if it has any sort of a bounce, I will go over my homepage and all the scans you can find, plus some other information, of course, how to take out a subscription. But all right, finally out of the KLG, guys. That was a very very interesting. Oops, just give me a moment. I have my error. Give me a moment. I have to redo to sign into YouTube. Okay, I'm in. Okay, so there's my homepage link in YouTube. So clicking on my homepage link, I'm sure you guys know, here's a way you can take out a subscription. So Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. That will help to keep the room free. Room gets credit for the subscription. It's that simple. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, download and install for startup and login. Moving down here, important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, two major ingredients of Trade Ideas. If you're new to Trading 101, I have free series of videos just for you. Okay. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. That's free, of course. And the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. And if you do sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Here are my scans. Okay. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. This is one of the ones I'm displaying, the large cap gappers, okay, large cap gainers from the open. I'm displaying that one, but I have two other races that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. There's the Halts Resumes is over here. The relative strength leaders right here. Upside movers versus downside movers right here. And other scans. I do have other scans that I am sharing. I do not have them all up and running. Okay. And neither should you. Be way too many. But I have other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. And by the way, I think you might have seen me while I was still on my break. So Shady mentioned ASTS, okay, and as a short underneath 28. And so I actually I don't have it up and running right now, but I had the flip of this, the large cap losers from the open, and that was front and center. So it was just very coincidental that he was talking about it when I saw it. So I'm out of it now. I did take some just to see. I did take the short on it just to see. But you know, this has got obviously it's got some room. 2620 got all the way down to 2620. The next low looking left is 21. So that's why Shady said look out below underneath 28, because you can kind of see right on the daily chart there was some little congestion around that area. So what I'm going to do is all depends on how it affects my system. I may get rid of one of these. But this is what I'm talking about. I'm really, really solidly warming up to this idea here of watching the large cap gainers. And I would like to also, let me just see if I can get that, the losers up. You can see ASTS is right there. It's just a flip of this, okay? It's just a flip of it. Now, flip, I should mention what I'm talking about. Boy, I don't even have one alert window open anymore. Don't even have my Momo window open anymore. This is pretty good for a Momo right down here, you know. Don't really need a momentum window. Trying to reduce the number of windows I've got. So this is something that's kind of cool that we can do. Come on, Sats. Okay, so here's my momentum window, okay? Wow, there's the Dollar Tree right there, okay? So let's just say, so understanding that this is what it's looking for. So stocks between $1 and $100, making, okay, $1 and $100. Current volume's 300,000 shares, pop in the last, volume in the last minute, pop 1,000%, etc. What can be flipped will be flipped. So what do I mean by flipped? Well, I can, if I want to find the sort of the reverse of this scan, I want to be able to flip that new high to new low. And I want to be able to flip the price was up at least 2% from the previous close to down 2%. So if you're going to flip something, assuming you still want the original one, you know, you still want your scan. So what you do is you duplicate it. Oops, I'm going to have to do it over here first. You duplicate the scan. Because you still want this scan. Okay, and then you just do this, right click, configure, and see that says flip. Look what happens. New low or new high becomes new low, and down at least 2% from the previous close. Give it another name, you know, obviously, and there you go. So now these are moving down. No, Michael, no. If you're talking about for us in trade ideas, no. So that's, but it, so what it does is it basically, it's a time saver. That's all. Obviously you could have built this scan from scratch, but if you know, and that's what basically this is all about. You know, this is comparing two different alert windows, okay, two different scans but put in a compare count way. That's all that is. Okay. Okay, so it's really not broken, Spanky. It sort of is broken, but it's not. So you're obviously using maybe a cached version. So this is all you have to do. Because not everybody, look at ASCS, where to go, shady. So what you're saying is that this is grayed out, eh? Is this is grayed out. It's not clickable. That's what you're talking about. So all you have to do is this. Just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and do a refresh. And then the click here will become clickable again, okay? What happens is when I make a change, when I gentleman at Trade Ideas takes care of my homepage, and when he makes a change, I had to make some changes. When he does that, for some reason, it becomes unclickable. So I have to go through that myself. But that's what you meant, right? So control key, press down on your keyboard, hit the refresh button or refresh icon, and then that should become clickable again, okay? Okay, now I just want to make sure that worked for you, Spanky. Okay, good. Boy, then now this, I'm not in this anymore, you know, on this little move down here, or over here, I guess. Remember what I got out, got down close to this level right here. Moved up, and I decided I'll take some profit out, but this looks, you know, as Shady said, look out below because 2149. Now, Dak, if you're looking at this, you see this is, you know, in theory, I should still be in some anyway. There was in all this 3 minute, there was nothing that turned pink. But I didn't do it. You know. I had the alerts for VSTS and I probably miss it now. Maybe not. No, another big, well, they're all going to be big floats, okay? Well, at least 50 million in the float, at least. And so this is what I was talking about before. When I was on my break and I saw, and I loaded this one, and right when Shady, I think, was talking about underneath 28, this was starting to show up, ASTS. I have no idea, Michael. I really don't know. Is there a dark pool or hidden order available to institutional or large bid sizes like in stocks? Maybe. I just don't know. Maybe somebody who trades options, maybe they can answer that, Michael. I don't know. Question is, in options, is there a dark pool or hidden order available to institutional or large bid sizes like stocks? Man, I know this NVST did very well. I know that. I keep seeing it over and over and over again. Well, Sats knocked me out, guys. Basically flat on this. I was really hoping it would rip higher, but it doesn't. It's been kind of choppy, so I've taken my leave of Sats. Now, in theory, well, you see, okay, right there, you see the trend is starting to weaken a little bit. So that would be, that's one reason why. Okay, the trend is starting to weaken a little bit. Now, if I had been down here, I would not be out of it. Well, John, I have a scan for that. Well, I actually don't have it up and running though. But this is what it is. It's up. It's literally, in fact, may not have it on my homepage. Up big yesterday, down big today. And the reverse. So let's see what this looks like. So in blue, it means it was down yesterday and it's up today. Now you can also, and if it's yellow, it means it was up yesterday, down today. And you just have to look at a daily chart. Now, and you can, of course, you can adjust the filters to see, to figure out how much down you want it to be and how much up you want it to be. But that's what that looks for. So, I mean, I know you're talking about the Dollar Tree. Whoa, Sats has been a miserable thing for me right now. It's come right back, basically where I got in. So, my guess is that Dollar Tree, of course, would have been on here, but you're only going to see the last ones. So the last one that was moving higher was this one, and HE was the one moving lower after being up big yesterday. And yeah, you can see this one for sure. This is very MYGN. Look at that. Down big yesterday, up big today. Now, the problem with this one, the problem with the scan is that I think you can only get a trigger at the high of yesterday. So it has to take out yesterday's high. So, you're giving up quite a bit. I could put what I could do is put a position in previous day's range filter so that maybe if it's, at 50% minimum, you can get the alert, if that makes sense. Because you don't want to, if it moves up to here, I mean, so what, right? If you can see my screen, what if it's right there? Even if it's there, so what? Because it could just as easily stop and move down. So at what percentage in yesterday's range could we say, okay, maybe this will keep going? But how are you going to get the alert, John? That's the thing. How are you going to get the actual, remember, it's a scan. So you need a trigger. You need an alert. So, I mean, using new, like, taking out yesterday's high, well, I mean, you're giving up a lot in this particular candle. I mean, they're not all going to be. Well, okay, let's take a look at what it actually is looking for. Okay, so let's take a look at my gen as an example. So I'm going to break it out. Down big yesterday, but up big today. I'm going to break it out. So this is what it's actually looking for. Okay, so this is, obviously you can adjust the price range and all that. Has to be up 1% from previous close. Okay, yes, as a filter. So in this particular case, it would have to be, yeah, I mean, there's the close of yesterday, okay, for MyGen. So it has to be up 1% from yesterday's close, at least. The price has to be down at least 5% from yesterday, or has to had a 5% drop at least yesterday. And then today, it's got to be up at least 1% from yesterday's close. So that kind of covers that. But the problem is right here, that's what I'm saying, at least 100% above the low of the range. So in other words, you're not going to get a trigger unless it hits, it's above that high right there. So what you could do, instead of being the price is at least 100% above the low of the range, make it at least, has to be at least, say, 50%. Okay, 50%. So it'd have to be at least here. So there's your, there's your close of yesterday. So maybe it would have to be at least here, and then you can start, and then you use your trigger, new high of the day, and it would, all the way up. If that makes sense. I will try that for me. Say a minimum of 50%. So let's see what this one looks like, VRAX. Yeah, well, of course, that's a weekly chart. You would have got an alert around, around 4. You could have got alerts starting at around 4:14. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on that. Well, it's not so much the time period, because you need a trigger unless you're going to use a 10-minute high or a 5-minute high. I think it has to be within a certain percentage of the candle of yesterday, because there's no point in having a new high of the day when it's up 1% from yesterday's close. But if it's a giant candle, that may not mean anything. Well, I've got it at 50%, Michael. We'll see what happens. Shoot, all that talking and I missed out on a bit of an exit. Come back for me. But John, you know that not just because a stock has been hit hard one day doesn't absolutely look at DG as an example. Hit hard, kept moving down. I had a little bit of a pop here, but not much. Certainly didn't take out this candle. So I mean, they're not all going to, just because a stock, and this this got hit super hard, as you know. This has never really recovered. That's why I think in order for the scan to work well, you don't want to get overwhelmed by all sorts of alerts. So, make it, 40 or 50% of the body of that candle, and then start telling me, okay, new high after new high, and maybe it just keeps moving. That's why you got to, that's why these things, there's no 100% certainty of anything. A lot of it is trial and error. Well, that's why I'm a fan of less is more in most of my scans. Okay, I don't want to get overloaded, clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. This is the one I should be in, this VSTS. Right there, I have my alert set right there, but I lost track. Just talking too much. I blame you guys. Kidding, of course, but 149, guys. So what's your agenda like today, William? Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm talking about the Sats. I did get back in it. And while I was talking, and it had that pop, and I didn't get out anything, but it has popped right back up for me. So best thing to do, try it different ways. Michael, John, try it different ways. John, I don't know if you're a subscriber, but try it different ways, Michael. Okay, makes me feel a lot better now. It's funny on the downside, other than, ASTS, it has popped a little bit now. Okay, well, I was just going to say, I'm not saying it's the smoothest moves, but look at the SG. All I'm doing is I'm just looking at the large cap losers now. I will try to watch that one tomorrow, right off the bat. Oh man, go. All right, guys. So how about Bax? What's Bax doing? Baxter International. See, nice move. Okay, William. I feel weird, guys, because I'm not following any of the low floaters at all. I'm just looking at the larger cap stocks. And look at Sats now, though. All right, let's see what SMAR did. So another one that came right into the VWAP, SMAR, came right into the VWAP, 49.11. There it is. There's the VWAP area right there. VWAP has been 10 on these ones anyway. Okay, the large cappers. I don't know if it's something up with the large cappers or what it is, but on these large cappers, seems to be that if you miss it at the beginning, let them come down to the VWAP and yeah. So, Michael, the problem with that though is that there's the open for DLTR. So where's your trigger going to be? There's the open way up here. You don't want that. That's kind of what I had before. It would have to be above yesterday's open, as an example. We're trying to catch them earlier in the move up. All right, guys. Well, I'm not in anything right now, so now I will take a look at some of the low floaters and see if there's anything maybe that could happen. Well, this one, maybe if it takes out around $6, it could get going later on in the day. The high up here was what, 674. And the high looking left is still way up here around $9, 862. All right, guys, I've got about half an hour left. Oh, man. And it's all about the room, of course. The only reason I was so, wanted to take the chance on SATS again is just because the room it's got. Looking left has the room to 2382 or so on the weekly chart. So I thought, okay, try it again. remember when I was talking about money management? Okay. And I was in this one. It wasn't working. I didn't like I think I got a flat actually. I just didn't like it the way it was trading. So I got a flat. I could have waited to get my take out on my loss or my stop loss, but I got out a little bit earlier than that. But then I didn't give up on it. I thought, okay, it came back again. Okay. It came back again to the area I liked and said, okay, let's try it again. You could create a scanner based on a week if you wanted to, down big on a week, up big the next week. You could do something like that too. Just use the position in 5 days, I guess. Never tried it, but yeah, Sats is not stopping for a while anyway. I mean, it's got room. It went through the 200-day moving average, another big plus right there. Well, I'm amazed. There are a whole bunch of shares available to short Interactive Brokers for this mod, 1.5 million. Not that I necessarily want to, but it is. There's the pattern, but it's just too cheap for me. I mean, the next low is down here, 182. Yeah, just not used to shorting stocks under 5, actually, even under 10. It's all in your book, right, John? Okay, I have taken some off the Sats. The reason being is that we're getting closer to a whole number. You know me and whole numbers, so I've taken some off. I'm going to hold on to see if it can take out that whole number. I mean, look how strong it is on the 15, and see, look at the 15. There's wasn't any of this that knocked me out the first time. Michael, you can't keep saying you're new. You've been in there for months. You can't keep saying you're new. Eventually, you're not new anymore. Yeah, SPY is just down a titch. So we've got a little disconnect in the market. Dow's down and the Nas is up. SPY is almost flat. And we've got this blue bar forming right here, bullish. So had we had orange and then blue immediately, that would have been a great, for those of you who like to trade the SPY, that would have been a great, place to maybe take a long in the SPY had that happen. All right, guys. Just waiting on the SAT, see if it can actually take out that whole number. So here's the reverse, guys. Here is the reverse of using the VWAP. Okay, so here's MBLY. And I'll run this from the beginning of the day tomorrow. But there's MBLY, Mobileye. And there's the VWAP at 1336. Look what it did. Actually didn't get as close as I thought. I thought it got a little closer to the VWAP, but boy, this looks, this is an all-time low, guys. All-time low for MBLY. All right, let's take a look at Wayfair. Nope, pretty ugly. Well, not ugly, but when I look left, I just see a bunch of areas that could stall. So it's not for me, even though it's showing up here. Not for me, even though it's moving like this. Let me see. I see it on a 5. Want to see if there's any cyan. No cyan yet for Sats. So, guys, I've got about maybe half an hour left. A good time to ask questions if you have any. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I think I'll put myself on mute then. If there are no questions, I'll just put myself on mute. If you have a question, post it and I'll come right back on. Yes, it's Altria. Well, you can sort it, I think, but yes. Right there. Oh, I have to move it up a bit. Yes. Okay. So there's fiber, 206. Not a sound alert. No, I know that they're trying to work on that. But I have not found that when you get the alert most of the time anyway. It's not like it's run away. So I keep an eye on it, but it is not a sound alert yet. And yet, maybe an unfortunate choice of words, because yet implies that it will be. It is the plan at some point. This is not the same program as Trade Idea. I mean, obviously it's within Trade Ideas, but it's completely different technology. It's not using the same alert system that, and the reason being is that, well, you know what? I don't know the reason exactly. It's something to do with server overload and all that, but all right. I may as well try to shamelessly pump this thing. By putting a price alert just a little bit over 22. Now, the other little pattern that we're noticing, though, also for bounce plays, is this. You've got this purple, and then it goes to a couple of candles with the pink. We were seeing a lot of scans that look like they're not scanned so much. We're not scanning for this. I might even get Michael to try to maybe make a scan for something like this. I have to figure out how many purple bars do we want, and then how many pink bars do we want? Because we're starting to see a lot of things that look like this. And then you would just flip it, of course, for stocks that have a lot of blue bars at the top, and then turn to cyan. I feel they seem to be work better on the bounces as opposed to the tops. So this is building up some bullish trend right here now for the SPY. The series now of blue bars. Doesn't absolutely mean it's going to pop, of course, but that is what the trend is trying to tell you right now. I have not seen GNLN. That's because I don't have the cheap race going, so I'm sure it would be there. GNLN. Boy, how choppy was this? Okay, guys, got out most of the sats now. I just have my doubts it's going to take out 22. So I'm going to put myself on mute. If there's a question, I'll pop back in. And William says he'll keep the room open until about 4. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to wrap this up. I'm not in the, look at this, I'm not in it anymore, but there's the Sats. Looks like it does want to take out 22 now. I'm not in it anymore, but if you're still in it, you still have some room on that weekly chart, 2376. Okay, guys, so I am going to take off now. Beautiful day in Vancouver, so I'm going to take advantage of the diminishing beautiful days that we're going to have here for. But a month from now, we'll probably be in our rainy season. So I am going to take off now. So thanks for all the help. Before I do go, I will put the main trading room link or my homepage link in YouTube, so you can head over to the main room if you want. Here's how you do it. Click on my homepage link. And at the top here, trading room. Okay, so that's the trading room, the main room. You can head over to there, and that room will be open till about 4. There's no screen sharing, and there's nobody on the mic, but there's still people talking trading, okay? So again, thanks for all the help. Very excited about using this tomorrow, and maybe with a smidge of the losers, but I don't want to get overwhelmed with alerts, so I'm really going to concentrate on the large cap gainers. It doesn't appear, from what I've seen anyway, doesn't really appear that it matters too much what the overall market's doing. So have a great evening, and if you're an NFL fan, it's a great evening. So we'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. Okay, and now YouTubers, I must shut you guys down.